Yep, the title of this title of the stream is not clickbait. I'm legitimately concerned.
3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Okay, you got this. Take turns attacking and defending. Offense tries to plant the firecracker, and defense tries to stop it. Great hit!
Power weapon inbound. New power weapon in the arena. Firecracker planted.
The firecracker is lit. Go defuse it. Let's hustle.
Avenger. Heating up. Double kill. Avenger. Payback.
Damn, I can't believe I missed that shot. That's all right.
Round 1.
It's good to lose at least one round. Nobody likes a show off.
All right. What's up, Alan Cutter? How are you?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
We're on offense this round. Our team has to plant the firecracker.
Firecracker claimed.
That's good.
Power weapon inbound. New
Man,
power weapon in the arena.
Freaking team, man.
Firecracker taken.
On the board.
Firecracker claimed. Payback. 1 minute remaining. Firecracker in the ground.
Firecracker in play. Don't let the enemy defuse it.
Damn it, son. I gotta start zooming in a little bit more.
Firecracker defused.
They defuse the firecracker. Regroup and plant again.
Okay, I gotta switch. All right.
Firecracker taken.
Damn.
Firecracker claimed. Payback. 10 seconds left. Firecracker in the ground.
Detonation countdown underway. Keep enemy away from the objective.
Avenger denied. Round lost.
How do we lose a round? I thought we were defending that shit.
Step up. Win this next round. Keep
Okay.
the game alive.
Hmm.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match point.
We're defense again this round. Lock it down. Nice one.
Power weapon inbound. Double kill. Guardian Angel.
Thank you.
New power weapon in the arena. Guardian
Oh.
Angel.
Damn, Batman over here.
One minute remaining. Firecracker in the ground.
Opposing team fetch the firecracker. Fight substitute.
How in the hell did that guy survive? Holy crap. Not dead now. Damn shotgun.
Defeated.
And that's the match. Don't worry, we'll get him next time.
So yeah, guys, I'm legitimately. Yeah, I was just. It's funny you say that when you did, Alan, because I started talking right when you typed that. I'm legit concerned with this game. As of right now, optimistically speaking, I'd say there's a 50-50 chance that it won't last very long. I think it's going to go down. I think eventually the game is going to go down to like a very small population, kind of like Splitgate 1, and then it's kind of just going to stay there. That's what I think is going to happen with this game, unfortunately. Because I think this game is the best first-person shooter to come out in many years. I think it's very smooth. I think it does so many things right. I think it's a breath of fresh air. I think the devs like have a good vision for this game in terms of the direction they want to go, et cetera, et cetera. I think they've given us a hell of a product. But unfortunately, I think that in terms of the majority of gamers today, this game is very much made for a very specific type of audience. That is a much older audience with an older mentality. Because in so many games today, for instance, players, especially players of this generation, have been conditioned to be protected by an algorithm. So if they get their ass handed to them in a more natural game like this, they're going to be like, they're going to point the finger at, oh my gosh, this game's got, you know, this game's this or that or whatnot. Or it's
5, 4.
I think
3, 2,
that the game is
1.
coming out like,
Round
I think,
1.
unfortunately,
Bring
it's
home the victory.
the game is not going to fail because it is a bad game, because it's absolutely an amazing game. I think it's just the fact that the population, it's just, you know, I think there's only going to be maybe 10 to 20,000 players at most that are going to continuously play this game, and I will be one of those players because I love the game.
Let's assist.
But in terms of the game having legs, it's not. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get that far. I think it's a 50-50 shot.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead.
I think this game is going to be abandoned in similar ways that X Defiant was. Despite the fact that this game is so much more polished, more addictive, and all that other stuff.
Your teammate
I think
has a
it's.
split ball. Let's assist.
I think that's what's going to happen now, and I would love, love, love to be wrong.
Guardian Angel. New ball active.
They scored.
I hope
Let
not
them
either,
pull
but
ahead.
again, the servers will always be up in this game because the servers in X Defiant, I mean X Defiant, in Splitgate 1 are still up. But
That's 1.
I think the game is catered to OGs like us that have a very specific type of mindset when it comes to games, you know? I mean, we will get better. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna quit a game just because we're not doing good at it and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I think this game is gonna become victim to that. I think too many current generation players are gonna get their asses handed to them, and a lot of them are gonna quit out, and the word is gonna spread, etc., etc. It is what it is, man. It's a mentality sort of thing.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
That's what I think is gonna happen.
Forward. Keep up the momentum.
And whether it was meant to be political or not, the devs kind of shot themselves in the foot with, you know, even though, you know, there's a lot of people in the community that just
We are so
got really salty about that, and you can't argue that it's had like some negative publicity. So,
double kill. Close call.
and I don't want this game to die because I absolutely adore this game, but the reality is that I'd say at least a 50-50 shot. You know, it might live or it might die, it might prosper, it might not.
Let's get another.
New ball active.
That's what I think. You know, and with the conditioning and all that kind of stuff that of players' minds these days.
The enemy just stole a ball from your base. Your teammate just got a split ball.
And look at the amount of hate the game is already getting, and it's only been out for like a little while.
2 points.
And on Steam, they've already lost 50% of their player base, which is heartbreaking.
New split ball in play now.
They just stole one from our base.
Yeah, and I love it. You know what I'm saying?
They just picked up a ball.
I absolutely adore it. You know what I mean? I think that's one of the things that makes a first-person shooter awesome is the fact that there is a challenge. You know what I mean?
That's the point.
We're on the board.
Well, that's always been my curse in life and in content creation, my friend. I
Get another.
am honest. I'm gonna speak my mind. You know, people are gonna appreciate that, and then there's other people that are gonna hate that. But
Points. Watch
with
out.
all due respect, you know, you can't focus too much on what,
Stole a ball from your
you know, on what people, you know, think. You know what I mean? So it's like,
base. We're at 2.
you know,
Looking strong.
the unfortunate truth is that the game,
Your teammate just got a split
no matter how good, it just does too many things right for this generation.
Heating up.
Hey, what's up, Trey 500? It's been a while. Good to see you, brother. Well, I still like to play this game traditionally to where I do use, you know, portals, but I don't use them like some of these, you know, amazing players that you see to where they like, you know, they stay in one area and they only move, you know, if they have to cap an objective. They stay in one portal and they'll just teleport to another portal and then shoot. I kind of like to play this game more traditionally, to where I'm actually moving around the map
Four,
for at least half the time.
2, 1.
You know.
Round 2.
You know, ultimately this game is going to fail because they can't, what's it called? They can't, this generation, you know, the majority of players of this generation, not all of them, but the majority of them, are, it's just, the game's just not made for them.
Great hit.
You know what I mean?
Payback.
So,
New power weapon in the arena.
and there are players of this generation that are really good and everything like that, you know, but again, I'm talking about like the majority of your players like today. It's like, it's just too much for them. And I'm playing, like, if you're looking at me right now, it's like I'm playing this really slow right now, you know?
That's 1.
We're on the board.
Yeah. And I appreciate it. I want a shooter like this. And I know I'm not the only one, but I don't think there's enough of us.
Double kill.
I don't think there's enough of us. Like, for instance, for those of you guys that may not be familiar with Navy SEAL training,
Kill.
also known as BUDS, which stands for Basic Underwater Demolitions, which is one of the rite of passages that every single trainee has to go through in order to become a SEAL, right? So check this out. BUDS, which is the first part of becoming the first part of rite of passage that every person has to go through, has a failure rate of over 70% to this day. Okay, over 70% that enter Navy SEAL training fail, and it's because it's that hard, right? Well, I want you to think of this game as something like that when it comes to like, you know, your average game versus what this game is, right? So it's just too hard, you know. It's, and that's the thing. Yeah, this generation does not want to apply themselves. That's another thing that you make an interesting point of. You're right. I mean, and the thing is, let me tell you something. The biggest reason why I play this game is because it's perfectly balanced to where it's like you can enjoy it whether you get your ass kicked or not. And the fact that I have that challenge is what keeps me coming back, you know? And it's a great feeling, you know? And it's got that old school mentality, just like it was back in the old days. Back in the old days, we didn't care about how good or bad we did. We just cared about having fun. And that's the number one reason I play the game. I have fun playing this game. And part of the challenge is why I'm having as much fun as I'm having. You know, I don't want a game to be too easy. And more importantly than anything, I don't want a game to be rigged. And a lot of games these days have like some sort of form of an algorithm in their matchmaking that rigs it. I personally think if there is some sort of specific matchmaking for this game, I think it's like I think it's similar to old school Halo 2 and Halo 3, to where it's like a 1 through 50 system, but without the 1 through 50. But it's the same matchmaking system, but with more wiggle room. It's not as tight. It's looser.
5, 4,
so
3, 2.
That's what I think is going on here with this game. So, oh yeah, and from yeah. Well, the thing is, the dope. Let me add something to that sentence. Quiet. The dopamine factor is there, but for people like us. I think that's more of a complete sentence. The dopamine factor is there, but for people like us.
Good kill. Teammate just picked up a ball.
New power weapon in the arena. That's 1.
We're on the board. Let's get another. Just stole one from our base.
Fuck, you got me. I think we need a balance, not catering to noob or casual, but not trying to be a hyper race. But yeah, I mean, look, for me, in my opinion, I think this game is fine the way it is. I think it's balanced the way it is. I think anything they do to it is only going to make it better. Whether it's, you know, balancing certain things or whether it's adding in more features, you know, bells and whistles. That's going to make the game better, in my opinion. I think it's going to make it more addictive. It's going to give people more of a reason to come back and play. But again, like I said, the way it is at its core, I think the game is fine. Is it a perfect game? Hell no. But I think the game is fine. Like, You know, I think the game is already balanced enough, in my opinion. Like, for instance, if anybody uses their jetpack too much, they're going to get picked off from midair. Hands down. Like, if they use their jetpacks way too much, they're going to get picked off. And it's not hard. They move slower in midair. So... Oh, trust me, hey man, you guys already know my dedication to this game, you know what I mean? But the thing is, people do need to give it a chance, but which are going to, you know what I mean? That's the thing. That's the... That's my question. It's like, gamers are quick to stop playing as soon as they see any sign of resistance or anything that's too how do I put this, like too hard, or maybe it's, I don't know. See, the thing is, so many players right now think that they're better than what they actually are because of that damn algorithm that's in so many games today that's meant to protect players. You know what I mean? And then they come into an arena shooter like this, they get their ass handed to them and they quit. Look at for instance the history. Do you guys remember Doom 2016? Please raise your hand if you guys remember the Doom 2016 video game. Type 1 in the chat if you remember Doom 2016. Hopefully everybody in this chat. Please type 1 in the chat. This is important. I'm about to give you a very important reminder in history. Okay? Now, Doom 2016 had a multiplayer that was an arena shooter, very similar to this, very similar to Unreal Tournament, very similar to Quake, and that died off very quickly.
3, 2, 1.
It exposed noobs like there was no tomorrow. And you know what they did after that? They changed it to something completely differently. They changed it to something completely differently, so it wasn't even there was no team deathmatch in Doom Eternal and all that stuff, so, you know, they took it out because it wasn't popular. It was amazing, but it wasn't popular. I remember even back in the day, B. Dobbins made a video about that, you know, talking about how that multiplayer portion of Doom 2016 exposed noobs. And he was right. So, COD's matchmaking is an algorithm, my friend. Yeah, the thing is, this matchmaking here is organic. But here's the thing: your casual player is not going to know that. Your casual player is thinking that they're, you know, decent, and then they come into a more natural matchmaking system like this one. They get their asses handed to them, and wham bam, end of story. You know what I mean? I remember most people were too enamored with the campaign to care about multiplayer. Well, you do have a point, Alyssa, but again, Doom 2016's multiplayer, like every match was so laggy and so delayed because nobody played it, because it was very difficult for your average player.
Your teammate just got a slip ball.
And I'm trying to tell people that they could, like what I just did right there with that 3-piece, whatever the hell it was, like anybody can do that. And it's not hard. It's not hard. You just have to learn to, you know, like in the beginning, just like everything else you learn, it's hard. Anything you learn in the beginning is hard. But after a while, what ends up happening is you get better and things become easier, and then you start to gain a certain level of mastery, and then you become dialed in and you focus on, oh, how can I get even better at this, you know? So, I mean, that's all it is time, really. And, you know, so, and the better you are at COD, the more frustrating your experience is going to be at COD. And the worse you are at COD, the more pleasant your experience is going to be. You come into to a multiplayer like this, that's a lot more organic. And just like X Defiant, how many people did you see that were crying skill-based matchmaking? If you go back to X Defiant and you watch my live streams, you could see my scores and you could tell that there's no SBMM in X Defiant, just like they said. But a lot of people were claiming that it was because it was quote unquote too sweaty or too this or too that. You know, what's it called? Well, yeah, player numbers are down. Yeah, 50% on Steam, and that's just Steam. I know console numbers are higher, but when you get 50% of the player base already dropping, that's a problem. Now, granted, I think part of the problem was also the hat, because whether you're political or non-political, whether you lean left or lean right, I think we could all agree, even though the CEO of Splitgate is more educated than I am and much smarter than I am, it was a stupid move to wear that hat. Simple as that. You know, whether the hat made you laugh or not, it was stupid, because there were a certain amount of people that are going to be butthurt by it, and then they weren't going to play the game because of that. Whether it was meant to be political or not, it was stupid for them to do that. That is, you know, they shot themselves in the foot by doing that. So.
Firecracker in the ground.
Opposing defends the firecracker, trying to defuse it. Nice one.
So.
New power weapon in the arena.
Yeah, the timing was atrocious right there. I mean, it's like really, dude? I mean, if anything, if they wanted to do something like that, it's like, hey, at least wait until you establish your game. And the thing is, if the CEO is truly, you know, if he truly, you know, meant what he said in terms of, you know, just wanting to make the best game possible, then it's like, you know, establish your game first. I think he comes from a place of passion, which is fine, but again, there's certain things as a new game that's trying to make yourself big. There's certain things you just cannot do, especially right now in terms of with, you know, the world now. You know, you just can't do that. I think as gamers, we all share one thing, whether you're political or not. As gamers, I think the one thing that we all share is that we want anything politics to be out of our games. Leave politics out of video games.
5, 4, 3.
Leave that shit out of games.
1.
Even if it wasn't meant to be. Leave it out of games.
We're on offense this round. Our team has to plant the firecracker.
You wish they added another mode instead of another VR? Actually, this, I think, what was, like, if you think about it, it's not like, it's obviously not your traditional VR. It's an arena VR or whatever the hell you want to call it, but yeah, it would have been nice, personally, if they added in something else, but they did that in trying to help, and obviously the CEO had, according to him, he said that he had plans he wanted to do it like 5 years prior or something like that, which is fine, but at the same time, it's like, you know, people are familiar with Battle Royale, so you are going to get a percentage of that player base. You know, they want to appeal, business-wise, you know, they want to appeal to as many people as possible. So.
1 minute to go.
So, yeah, it's like they did a cool thing by making the game that they made, but at the same time, it's like they simultaneously shot themselves in the foot. Yeah, I mean, it's well, that would have worked. That would have worked 10 or 15 years ago. That doesn't work today, unfortunately. That would have worked 10 or 15 years ago. Kind of like Tropic Thunder. You make a movie like Tropic Thunder now? Type 1 in the chat if you've seen Tropic Thunder.
10 seconds left.
If you've seen the movie Tropic Thunder, please type 1 now.
Firecracker in the ground.
Firecracker is planted. Light it up. Don't let them near it.
Yeah, a lot of people have seen Tropic Thunder, right? Now, I have a question for the chat. Do you think you could make Tropic Thunder today and get away with it? Like, you know, would most people find the movie Tropic Thunder today, you know, funny, or would they be all dramatic about it and all this other shit? Would they get butthurt? Could you get away with making Tropic Thunder today? Give me your real answer. Yes or no? No, I know you still find it funny today, but that wasn't the question. The question was, when you look at, you know, people today, do you think you could make that movie today without there being repercussions? Forget what we think. Forget what we think of when we saw it and when our generation saw it. I'm talking about today. Like if Tropic Thunder were to be released today in this current generation, in the year 2025. And yes, I do believe that that movie is still hilarious, and I want a Les Grossman movie. I want an R-rated Les Grossman movie.
Round 3.
But yeah, and Alyssa, I respectfully disagree. You know, I would love I would love for that to be the case, to where you could make it and be successful with it and stuff like that. But like, there would be so many repercussions, in my opinion, if you made that movie today. From everything I've noticed. But just the way things are these days and the way people react to things. And where are these guys? Oh, there he is. I was about to say, where'd that guy go? Damn, that guy was like, oh, Twitter's not real life. Most people would not mind. Well, this is absolutely true. Twitter's not real life, but I'm not comparing real life to Twitter. Let's not forget that there are people that actually do believe that Twitter is real life.
Lock in. Give everything you've got to this round.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it too, Alyssa. This is the thing. Like that's another thing of our generation. It's like we could respectfully disagree with each other.
5.
You know, these days a lot of people can't respectfully disagree with each other. I love having a conversation of different points of view. That's one of my favorite things about talking to people. It's like, this person has this point of view, it's very interesting. People's points of views are very interesting, especially when they explain, their logic behind it, and it's logical, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I never thought of that, There's always different aspects to think about, and I sure am not the end-all be-all. I mean, I'm just another person who has an opinion. And there's been plenty of times where I've been wrong as well. So if you want to get smarter, you got to embrace being wrong, and you got to look at it and basically be like, hey, you know what? What have we learned from this? You know what I mean?
Firecracker in the ground.
Detonation countdown underway. Keep enemies away from the objective.
Oh, I missed that last shot. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There he is. By the way, I switched up my attachments on this gun, and it's so much better. What am I using? I'm using grip, and I'm using laser sight, and it's so good. Hey, there's nothing wrong with saying ridiculous shit in real life. Gotta add some spice, you know what I'm saying? But one thing that's interesting though, Alyssa, in terms of what you mentioned about Twitter not being real life, if you think about it, it's slowly but surely becoming real life. If you like really think about it, it's slowly but surely becoming real life. Like think about how people use social media and how they're living a fake life in terms of how they represent themselves on social media and shit. The amount of time that people spend on their phones, you name it. It's slowly but surely becoming that.
Power weapon inbound.
Catch. Damn. I was hoping he was still gonna go in that direction. Oh shit, no respawns.
New power weapon in the arena.
Is it just me? Okay, I see one, I see one.
They just lit a firecracker. Clock is ticking to defuse it.
Oh, damn, almost had them both. Shit.
You lost.
Oh, tough loss. Shake it off and try again.
Yeah. Oh, no, there's positives and negatives to it. Like, for instance, it's very easy to reach out to people, which is really good. And it actually has helped some people that were socially, like they had a problem socializing with people. It's kind of helped them become better at socializing. Those are some of the pros, and we've already talked about a few of the cons, so. Ooh, this map. I'm always tempted to use the faster one, but yeah. Like it, and the thing is, it's addictive too. Oh yeah, people. Alan, you said it perfectly. There's so many, so many things people say on social media that they do not dare say in real life,
4,
in front of other people.
2, 1.
Oh man,
Let's bring home the
9% of people will talk
Occupy
trash
the
to Mike
zone.
Tyson, but in
Defend
real
the
life,
score.
less than 1% will talk trash to Mike Tyson.
Kickoff. Power weapon inbound.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Payback. New power weapon in the arena. Double
That was
kill.
not the smartest move by him.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Yeah, you guys got to try grip and what's it called? Grip and laser sight on
Attempting a capture.
the gun. Really good.
Heating up. Zone cap complete.
Counted. Strong capture.
Damn it!
Get to the
Wow,
zone.
21. Awesome. 21 people in
Your
chat.
opponent
Thank you
is
for
going
being here,
a
guys.
capture.
Zone contested. Double kill.
Yes.
Payback.
Your teammate is going for a capture.
Oh shit, I'm out of there. I'm out of there.
Triple kill.
Damn it!
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Let's see. I try. It still feels like a too bit of a glory. Unrelated note: have you seen the Predator movie yet? My thoughts. Yeah. What, the original Predator or the new one?
Let's make the next zone ours.
Zone incoming.
You mean that animated movie?
Get to the zone.
I mean, I'm just gonna wait. Oh, killers. I hear good
Teammate is
things.
going for a cap. Might need an assist.
What's up, Retro? Okay.
Watch out. Enemy is going
I'm
for a
concerned that
capture.
it's not gonna last. As great as it is, I'm concerned that it's not gonna last. Well, the new one is out in, I think,
Watch out.
September
Enemy is
or
going for a
October.
capture.
So, like the live action movie's coming out in like September or October, something like that.
Teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Zone contested.
Opponent is going for a capture. Oh, your teammate is attempting a capture.
Twice bitten, thrice shy. What do you mean? I don't know what that means.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Payback. Round lost.
Damn, we lost the round.
Regroup and reset. Try something different next round.
You know, mainly this game was made for people of our generation, which includes our mindset, you know. And on top of that, we were not conditioned to you know, to a matchmaking algorithm like a lot of games have nowadays. So, and people, you know, just want to be able to, like, for instance, Nintendo is very successful because people can get in and have fun right away. Now, people can get in this game and have fun right away, but it's like if they start dying too much, they're easy to quit and they just stop, and I don't know. It's an easy to get into game, but it's hard to master.
Avenger. Power weapon inbound. Triple kill.
Your teammate is going for a capture.
I got you, teammate.
Avenger. New power weapon in the arena.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Whoa!
Heating up.
Shotgun.
Opponent is going for a capture.
It won't get dropped like X Defiant, but I think the player base is just going to go down to just like Splitgate 1, to where it's only going to be a very, very specific, you know, audience that's going to play it and stick with it. That's what I think.
Your opponent is
Because
going for a capture.
Splitgate 1 servers are still up, so I don't think the servers are going to go down. But
Enemy zone capture. Time to regroup and get the next one.
oh, the Halo, the future of Halo's been in shittiness for a while, you know. It started out slowly when 343 took over, unfortunately.
Opponent is going for a capture.
And the thing is, what happens when the next Halo comes out? What's going to happen to this game? You know what I mean? Even though this game, you know, isn't, you know, it's a different game than Halo, but still. What's up? What's up, Brett?
Back in the action soon.
Between this game and Fragment, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's, again, it's a matter of
Watch out, enemy is going for
personal
a capture.
taste, you know.
Round lost.
Yeah, our back is against the wall, but that's when you fight back.
Yeah, right now a lot of players in Halo are jumping to Splitgate 2 because Halo is kind of in a state right now to where it's like there's nothing more that's gonna be added to Halo Infinite, and Halo Infinite has pretty much been the same over the last few years. So, and on top of that, it took forever for it to get, you know, to a certain point. So I think people are just getting tired of that game. So therefore that's why they're coming here, because this is kind of fresh and familiar enough.
Match point.
It's not a cut and paste, but it's familiar enough.
Zone is active. Zone contested. Good kill.
Yes. Ooh, down to the last shot on that one.
Double kill.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
New power weapon in the arena.
Damn, he got rid of my shit.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
They got him.
Heating up. Avenger.
Oh shit, he was behind me. Say what? Gino?
Opponent is going for a capture.
Really? Someone's gonna bring up political shit now?
Zone contested.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out. Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Zone locked.
They got a capture. Time to rally.
Zone is hot.
Again, if you've been here from the stream, you would understand what I'm trying to say. It's like political stuff needs to be out of video games, period. Whether you're left or whether you're right, whether you're blue, whether you're red. Like, Whether it was meant to be put in a negative or positive way, which doesn't matter. I mean, people still took it negatively, even though it was meant to be like something positive.
Contested.
It still rubbed people the wrong way. That's the thing. And the thing is, at the end of the day, players basically never even gave this game a shot when they originally were going to, just because of that alone. So it was a stupid move for them to do that from a business perspective. See what I'm saying? This isn't a discussion about red versus blue. It's just something that was the wrong way for them to approach promoting the game, especially at that particular time. Ah! No, I want a nade. I want a nade.
Nice. We tied it up. Don't let up now.
Zone is hot.
Teammate is going for a capture.
Double kill.
Shit, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. I'm out of there. No.
The teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist. Opponent is going for a capture.
Payback. Heating up.
Right. Oh, not deep enough. Oh, okay, we got in deep enough. Okay, that's good. Yay, we won a round. All right.
You won the round. Nice work.
Ninja was too busy getting bullied in Marvel Rivals. What are we talking about now? Yeah, they had many big name streamers promote it. XQC, for example, that was in the name of a competitive FPS space. Yeah, but I mean, if you
3, 2,
like, one thing also is like there's like when you look at the people that are following the game on Twitch, it's not many of them. There's only like 12,000 followers on Twitch in this game.
Nice one.
Which isn't very much.
Teammate is going for a cap.
Damn, that thing always melts me.
New power weapon in the arena.
Well, if you're the co-owner, you can pretty much do whatever you want, you know, so.
Teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist. Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Damn it. I need another angle to approach this.
Enemy zone capture. Time to regroup and get the next one.
Zone on the way.
Oh, damn, if I could only get that one.
Zone active. Zone contested.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Avenger.
Your captain, try to hold on.
Thought I heard somebody there.
Zone contested.
Opponent is going for a capture. Your teammate is going for a capture.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens though, as far as those guys are concerned.
Zone contested.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture. Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Avenger.
Oh, damn, that guy took a hard hit.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Everyone does.
So this game is expected to stay alive. I'm not sure that 10,000 a day is enough, or maybe I don't know. But I mean, I know that the game itself, like, what's it called? I know that the game itself, like, they won't shut the servers down like what Ubisoft did with X Defiant, because Splitgate 1 servers are still up, so I don't think that's going to be the case. But in terms of how many people are going to be on from a day-to-day basis is another thing. So unfortunately, one controversy can end a game. Heard Marathon doing so good. Yeah, no, Marathon has pretty much been canceled indefinitely. Launch night, 95% of the streamers of this game, besides you, were paid. You were, yeah, no. And this is why I do not take sponsorships, even if they were offered to me. This is why I wouldn't take sponsorships from, you know, any game that I particularly enjoy or that I'm doing content on. I wouldn't, because it's like, okay, why trust this person if he's being paid? You know what I mean? I can't, like, you can still trust them, but like not at 100%, because you're not going to, if there's something you don't like about the game, you're going to pull your punches a little bit because you're being sponsored. That's the way it works. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. But if they're not feeding you and they haven't done you a favor, or if they're not quote unquote helping you out, guess what? You know, just naturally speaking, people are not going to bite the hand of somebody that helps them out. So, you know, and this is, you know, even if it keeps me as a small channel, that's fine. You know, I want to take the Excalazor's approach. For those of you that don't know who Excal is, he's like one of the very few people. He doesn't do YouTube videos that much anymore. He just does streams. But let me tell you, man, that guy is straight as an arrow. Like, if you ask that guy his, you know, his opinion about a game, you're going to get 100% honest answer in terms of what he thinks. He doesn't give a damn what you think. You know, but he's also, you know, he's got integrity. You know, those are the kind of people I want to be surrounded by, and that's kind of, if you think about it, that's kind of the message I want to send when it comes to YouTube, if anything. I mean, I'm a small fry, so, but it's the kind of vibe that I want to give. You know, now, if all of a sudden Manscaped were to all of a sudden get in touch with me, that's a completely non-gaming thing that I would probably, like, I would obviously test their product, and if I liked it, I'd probably recommend it. But like, that's, you know, that's different, you know, because I myself appreciate a good grooming tool, you know what I mean? And I'm sure the ladies do too. So it's like, yeah, some of us men could really use some good grooming, you know? So
take it.
Damn, he got me, even though it's a shotgun.
1 minute remaining.
I played D1 since Be Quiet refused to support them and stole the Red Wolf from this.
Let's hold the zone.
I remember D1 was like, everybody was excited about D1 back in the day. I remember that. I remember my best friend, like, no-life the hell out of the beta in that game. Oh, almost had him. Yeah, well, I don't know. What has the finals done that has helped it survive? I really want to know, because I'm genuinely curious, because I've heard there's been like a lot of love and a lot of hate towards that game at the same time. So it's like, I don't play it, so I'm kind of curious as to what they did.
We'll have to hustle to plant another one.
Firecracker picked up.
Oh, they're downstairs?
Firecracker planted.
Detonation countdown underway. Away from the objective.
Witch Queen. I remember the Witch Queen. I remember that was promoted so much. Like, they promoted the hell out of the Witch Queen. I remember that. About to say, nobody's gonna come in on that side. That would have been
Round
surprising.
win. Keep it up.
Finals can be really, really good if you actually good at FPS games and are creative. It's solid, but they don't add game modes we want. Ah, gotcha. Watchability for those not playing, for those game being fun to Splitgate be a factor. I mean, I don't know. I mean, for like in this day and age that we live in, it seems that a lot of games are fun to play. I mean, fun to watch. You know, and you want to see some of the players that you like watching play the game. That is a thing. That is definitely a thing. But I don't know. I mean, it is fun playing the game, you know. So, but again, this is one of those things that wasn't there before now. That wasn't there before, and that is there now.
Firecracker in the ground.
Firecracker is lit. Go defuse it. Let's hustle.
Heating up.
Damn, that guy is so one shot. Good denial. Holy shit, I'm out of bullets. I need a gun. Fuck. I remember you talking about SOCOM. I think the finals needs to add domination. I don't care for FPS titles until Destiny. The finals is added. Oh shit. I'm looking at chat. Don't shoot me. Ah.
To go. Avenger. Firecracker.
They just lit a firecracker. Clock is ticking to defuse it.
BTF has always been a really solid FPS game mode, and every variation of it. Always.
Defuse.
Oh, got him. Barely got him. I knew it.
Payback.
I knew somebody would eventually. Damn, these guys want to attack this one, huh? Nice. Okay, that guy definitely knows his shit. I remember DayZ was like the first battle royale that, like, one of the first battle royales, right? No, or is that H1Z1?
10 seconds left. Round one.
Yay, another round one.
Another
What's up,
round
Steve
win,
Zilla?
But we're not done yet. Let's focus.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match point.
We're on offense again.
Firecracker picked up. Kickoff. Power weapon inbound. Firecracker hits the ground.
Techniques and countdown
Damn,
underway.
nice shots.
Enemy away from the objective.
More open world just rivals in Battle Royale. Splitgate needs more emphasis on King of the Hill and capture the flag.
Weapon in the arena.
I mean, I personally think it has like interesting takes on your traditional game modes. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody see that's the thing also. It's like a lot of people have differing opinions on what a game should and shouldn't do. And I think that's part of the challenge. That's definitely part of the issue. It's like certain people want this and then other people want this, and it's like you just can't please everybody. You know, no matter how hard you try, you just can't please everybody.
Victory.
Fantastic
Mag? Zip Interactive? Mag. Is that like... No, that's Knack. Never mind. For some reason I was thinking Mag. I miss Resistance from PS3 area. Yeah. Dev just suck nowadays. I just can't talk about going back to old games because these companies don't deserve a dime anymore, to be honest. It's innovative for its time. Certain things were not executed well, but it was the most massively multiplayer game I ever played. Mag is a PS3 game. You have Mag on your shelf, really? Really? 300 players in a lobby? That's insane. Even back then. How long ago are we talking about? Oh, PS3 era? Damn, that 300. That's a lot of freaking players, man, especially back then. Damn. You don't see that many players in any game nowadays. Yeah, man. I miss the old games. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I can't believe that some of those games that I grew up playing are referred to as retro now. So yeah, we've seen the standard, Rick. We've seen the standard. We've seen where it was.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Time to go out there and show what you've got. Smash it. Move into the zone and secure it to score.
Get to the zone.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Our weapon inbound.
Kill confirmed. Your teammate is going for a capture.
Ooh,
New
damn.
power weapon in the arena.
Oh, I remember Vondi.
Your teammate is going for a capture.
Yeah, Passion unfortunately has taken a back seat.
Capture underway. Be alert.
Double kill.
Boom. Oh, damn, it didn't kill him. Shit.
Opponent is going for a capture.
This gun is great for long distance, I'm not gonna lie.
Teammate is going for a capture.
Oh shit, he went around. Good for him.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Oh man, the way the community reacted with that DSR 50 nerf is just hilarious. Poor man had to hire bodyguards.
Might need an assist.
Double kill. Double kill.
Damn!
Teammate's going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Zone captured.
Damn, nice shot.
Zone is hot.
Your teammate is attempting a capture. Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Zone locked.
Line it up. Don't let them get the next zone.
Zone incoming.
Nice shots. And that's a gun that's hard to use.
Payback.
That is a gun that's hard to
Guardian
use.
Angel. Zone is active.
Yeah, let me tell you, man. I mean, When I put myself back on the dating scene, women have told me some really, really sad stories about some of the men that they've dated, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Zone contested. Payback.
I'm like, I'm so sorry, but we weren't this bad before.
Teammates going for a capture. Help them out. Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Yeah, about to say. Let's see if I can go around with this.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Literally one shot. Thank you.
Double kill. Zone contested.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Ha!
Round
I
lost.
stuck one.
We lost that round.
I don't want my sticky to be the button that it is, but hey, I'm still able to stick people, so I'll take it. I haven't dated in so long, I forgot about what it feels like. Been with my wife for 12 years. Yeah. Well, that's good. You got yourself a good one, you know, stick with that one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Nice one.
Zone is active. Power weapon inbound.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
New power weapon in the arena.
Teammate is going for a capture. Your opponent is going for a capture.
Damn it.
Teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Oh, damn, I didn't get the third one. Shit.
Avenger.
Opponent is going for a capture. Enemy zone capture. Time to regroup and get the next one.
Nice.
Double kill. Zone active.
Bye-bye.
4 gone. Payback.
The teammate is attempting a capture. Your opponent is going for a capture.
Got him. Ha!
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Guardian Angel.
I could do this all day.
On fire.
10 kills. You're on a roll. Your teammate is going for a cap.
Oh, that was so
Double
close.
kill.
Oh yeah?
Double
Oh, that's
kill.
she found you really slow, and for someone to be able to do that at that time is good. Yes, it is. You know, somebody very wise once told me, you know, a woman can bring you either to your lowest of lows or your highest of highs. So
Zone active.
oh, almost had it. Oh yes, thank you, teammate.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Double kill.
Opponent is going
Damn.
for a capture.
All right. Where we at?
Opponent is going for a capture. Teammate is attempting to capture.
Oh, one shot down mid, bottom mid. He's gone now.
Teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Round 1.
All right. That was a solid
There's
round.
no win
It's a nice little mix between classic Halo and, or should I say modern Halo, and a little bit of arcadey and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I like it, because it just pays homage to a lot of the shooters that I love. So, and I don't know. I mean, time will tell whether or not that ends up being the case.
3, 2, 1.
I've been playing shooters for 23 years, so, and you can tell it's actually not that sticky. Like, you can tell where my shots are definitely not perfect, but at a distance though, this gun is perfect for a distance.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Art the Clown. Oh.
New power weapon in the arena.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Oh, that's funny. Oh shit.
Zone contested.
With this game, I have contemplated switching to mouse and keyboard, but I'd say 75% of players play on controller, so that's...
Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone locked.
So that's not happening.
They secured a capture. No things around.
Oh, damn it. It started with Halo Combat Evolved,
Enemy is going for a capture.
which I obviously fell in love with. And then
Teammate is attempting a capture.
he fell for the bot. But
Payback.
not using the jackhammer, I thought that was your instinct. I actually enjoy using multiple guns in this game. So it depends on what I'm in the mood for. You know, it's kind of like food at this point. What am I in the mood to eat today? You know.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Damn it! Too late.
Zone contested.
I don't think I've ever used gyro aim. I didn't even know what it was until people explained it to me.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
Double kill.
Oh, that didn't get the kill? Damn, I thought I got him.
Need an assist. Opponent is going for a capture.
Let's see if I can get another. Ah.
Lock in. Give it everything you've got this round.
So, but no, it started with Halo, and then Halo 2 obviously online. I played that even more. Then Halo 3 I still played a lot, but I was still playing multitude of games at this point. Like right now I'm only playing this. So, but once, I played all the Halos, and then fast forward to Black Ops 1, played that a lot. But again, I was still playing multiple games. And then when Black Ops 2 came out,
3, 2.
I'd say somewhere in the middle of that game's life cycle, it was game over. Like I was just focusing on FPS games at that point, mainly COD. But I still had my Halo foundation, and
Zone is hot.
I never really stopped playing Halo.
Teammate is going for a capture.
Power weapon inbound.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Oh, damn, he shot me. Oh, he's one shot.
Teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
And Alyssa, are you asking me to use a jackhammer for the next game?
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Triple kill.
Whew.
Heating up.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Double kill. Triple kill. Zone captured.
Oh shit, he went around. I was not expecting that. That was a good move by him.
Zone is hot.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
He's going for a capture. Help them out.
Ooh.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Oh, damn, I only got one of
Call. Zone contested.
them. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just fell in love with that gun in that game. It's like that gun and I were speaking the same language.
Double kill.
Catch.
Teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
Oh, they're downstairs. Okay.
Your opponent is going
Yeah,
for a
too many of them.
capture.
Way too many of them. Wow, 67
They got
kills?
a
Holy
capture.
shit.
The score is tied.
What the hell?
Zone is hot.
Watch out, enemies going for a capture. Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Thank you.
Oh, he's going for a capture.
Double kill.
I got him. Did I get him? Did I get him?
Heating up.
Hit marker.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist.
I'm out of there. I'm out of there. I'm out of there.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Nice one.
Oh, shit.
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Yay, we won the round. All right.
Round.
76 kills? Holy shit. What's up, Bun?
Terrible round. That will make the SSPN highlight.
The Warden? I need to... Maybe I should try it. Maybe switching to PC using control FPS frames feels... FPS feels so awful to me. I mean, I've been told from what some people have been telling me that on PC, the aim assist feels less, and on console, it feels more. So, I mean, on PC, I think it's perfect the way it is.
4, 3, 2, 1. Respawns disabled.
Oh, this is a respawn disabled.
No
Okay.
respawns in the final round. You've only got one life.
Dead.
Oh,
I did not mean to do that. That was completely accident.
Zone is active. Power weapon inbound.
Oh, no. Fire. Yeah, that a boy. Good, good, good.
opponent is going for a capture.
Is this guy on PC? Yes, he is. Or no.
Power weapon in the
Is he using a
arena.
mouse and keyboard or not? I don't know. Can't tell. No, he's using mouse and keyboard. He's turning way too fast. Gotcha.
Zone contested.
Damn. Nice try.
Defeated.
They edged us.
Wow.
but
I
no
out damaged
downside.
everybody in my lobby by like at least 1,500 to 2,000. That's insane. I'm doing okay. How are you? Yeah, that's worthy of a lot. That's worthy of a save. That gameplay is worthy of a save for a long commentary. Yeah, I mean, I do not, I don't understand the lunge in this game. I really don't, because it seems like everybody's lunging from a hella distance, and then everybody else, it's like I can't lunge to, to save my life. So let's see, let's look at this. Oh wait, I got it. Wait. Events, battle pass. No, go back. Challenges, there we go. Don't I have to claim anything? Yeah. Well, at least the weekly challenges are working, so that's good. They fixed that pretty quickly. Took them a few days, but they fixed it, so that's good. XP challenge? What's this? Earn 225,000 XP, and it's... Oh, okay. Well, we're going to get that. Let's see. Who's winning the event? Let's see. 19,149. Yep. Shroud's team is still winning. These guys are catching up, though, I think. No, they're not, actually. They're still down 700,000. So yeah, we're about 250 plus thousand ahead of Scump and Tim the Tatman and all that. So, but the thing is, you gotta find a way. You gotta find a way to get the teams to be even. I think that's the thing. I think Shroud just has more of a popularity by himself. Could be wrong, but you got Scump and Nade Shot, so I don't know. Scump is still popular. Nade Shot is still popular. Tim the Tatman's popular. Ooh, let's see what they say. Tonight, we're deploying a hot fix with various balance changes and bug fixes. Detail below. There will be a server downtime starting at 11 p.m. Pacific time. So in an hour from now. In an hour and 8 minutes from now, it's going to go down until 1 a.m. Pacific time. Wow, till 4 a.m.? Shit, that sucks. So, because I was looking forward to playing and streaming all night, but let's see. But I'll make a video, though. Let's see. What are the details? My goodness, they're not... What are the details? Patch notes, 617. All assault rifles, old damage drop-off ranges from 0, 3,000, 4,500, 6,000. New damage drop-off ranges, 25.
Let's play Split
So,
Ball.
is that a buff?
5, 4,
Did they buff the ARs?
3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Okay, you got this. To score, bring split balls.
I think they nerfed them.
From the opposing team.
They nerfed the assault rifles, and I don't know what else they're doing.
Ball active.
Damn.
Power weapon inbound.
Nice one.
I'm gonna after this match, I'm gonna read the rest of the patch notes.
New power weapon in the arena. That's a point.
We're on the board. Let's get another.
Double kill.
Shit.
Heating up.
Damn, nice shot. I want to see what else they wrote on there. I'm genuinely curious.
Enemy has stole the ball from your base.
New split ball in play now. Guardian Angel.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead.
Payback.
Oh, that shotgun sucking me in again. They might have buffed them. I don't know. I'm gonna look at what they wrote.
Enemy team has 2 points.
New ball active.
Teammate just picked up a ball.
Damn it. Shit.
Heads up, opposing team has 2.
Payback.
See, never be afraid to go through red ones. Never be afraid to go through red ones. Reloading all the time is terrible with the semis. I mean, I like both the semis and the assault rifles. Those are usually my go-to. I don't use anything else. So it's gonna be very interesting how these nerfs and buffs play out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Oh yeah, kills are dopamine. As long as the guns are satisfying to use as well, so.
New ball active. Power weapon inbound.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
There's this is a laggy lobby. You see how the hit detection went off?
New power weapon in the arena.
I knew he was still back there. I knew it.
teammate just picked up a ball. Nice work.
That's one.
You're on the board. Let's get another.
New split ball in play now. Heating up.
Okay, I'm out of bullets. Is that a gun? Is that a gun? I don't want to use that gun.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
What the hell? Come on. Oh yeah, the slide and the
Just
jump
stole the
and
ball from your base.
combining moves, absolutely. I like picking people off though too.
Your teammate has a split ball. Let's assist.
Like that right there.
New ball active. Payback.
They scored. Let's make the next one ours. Teammate just picked up a ball. Your teammate has a split ball. Let's assist. Enemy just stole a ball from your base.
New split ball in play now. Heating up. Two.
We're at 2.
I'll take his
Get
gun, why
another.
not? I'll take his gun.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead.
Fuck. Oh yeah, Titanfall 2, especially the slide, very, very similar.
Heads up. Opposing team has 2. Your teammate just got a split ball.
Two people shooting at me.
New split ball in play now. Three balls delivered.
You're smitten with what? With the movement? Like the movement of this game and all that stuff? Yeah, this game's got good movement. All right. All right. Forgot Alyssa wanted me to use this, so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3.
All right, let's pick off a few flies.
Good kill.
Laggy lobby, though.
Split ball in play now. Avenger. That's a point.
We're on the board. Let's get another.
New
The
power
Hyperline?
weapon in the arena.
They just stole one from our base.
What? That's weird.
Teammate just picked up a ball.
If this lobby wasn't so laggy, he would have been dead.
Ball active. That's one.
Score. Let's keep up the momentum. Your teammate just got a split ball. They scored. Let's make the next one ours.
Come on, this damn lag is killing me.
Enemy just stole a ball from your base.
ball in play now.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
That's one.
You're on the board. Let's
Huh.
get another.
Man.
Two in the hole.
We're at 2 points.
That's
Double
2.
kill.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
New ball active.
Where'd he go? Oh, thank God.
3 points.
I was like, where the hell did he go? Yeah, it doesn't, but I'm still managing to get a few here and there. I mean, the thing is, we're in a good map for it, too. This is a great map for the jackhammer. Wait, somebody bought $1 million cow?
5, 4.
Can you imagine the size of that cow?
1. Match point. New split ball in play now. Power weapon inbound.
Nice one. Your teammate has a split ball. Let's assist.
That's one.
Yeah, I kind of got to lead my shots because of the lag. Did he die? Yes, he did.
New ball active.
Fuck. Sit down.
Teammate just got a split ball.
Payback. 2 points.
We're at 2. Let's get another.
Shit. Shit.
New split ball in play now.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
Score for the win. You win.
Close.
Incredible win. Way to bring out the victory.
Well, Rick G, sorry, I am a controller player. I don't play on mouse and keyboard, so there is going to be some aim assist, so. Okay, so let's read some of these patch notes. Okay, so all the weapon balance changes. All assault rifles. So old damage drop-off ranges 0, 3,000, 4,500, 6,000, 7,500, 900. Now the new damage drop-off ranges are 0, 2,500, 3,750, 5,000, 6,250, and 7,500. So it's a nerf. I don't know. Well, you can do that, Rick, but I'm not gonna turn off aim assist, especially when mouse and keyboard players are there. So, all right. Let's see. Let's go to power weapons. We have the Gravitas shotgun. They increase the ammo cost per primary shot from 1 to 2. Note the cost of the secondary fire is still 1. Arrows. The carbine. They decrease the damage range from 26 to 25, so very minor. increase the fire rate by 3%, and then increase the headshot damage from 37 to 37.5. So it's a very slight buff and a very, very, very slight nerf. So it's like a blurf. Meridian, the Hyperline Carbine, they decreased the base damage from 23 to 20, and they decreased the headshot damage from 31 to 30. So that's a nerf. Slight one, but a nerf nonetheless. Sabrask, proximity mine equipment, no longer knocks back enemies hit by the explosion. Battle Royale, we don't give a shit about that, so I'm gonna go forward. Other bug fixes, they changed the aim assist to go on a cooldown whenever a mouse input is detected. What does that mean? Changed aim assist to go on cooldown when a mouse input is detected. So I guess some people are using mouse inputs with aim assist. So that's like a bug to fix that. So anyway, they said fix the bug that caused performance issues for players with a large number of in-game friends. The one thing that that most people were worried about, like in terms of many friends. Fix the visual bug with nano swarm skins that cause graphical artifacts during the pregame. Fix the bug that prevented equipping nano swarm skin upgrades for the Helios pistol. Fix the UI and portal wall visual bugs in game modes which have portals disabled. Let's see what else. Fixed an issue with advanced options getting stuck when leaving a custom match. More updates arriving soon. So, yeah. So Battle Royale, I'm not even going to read because I don't care about Battle Royale. So, I mean, do you guys want me to read the Battle Royale stuff? Type 1 in the chat if you guys want me to read the Battle Royale stuff. Okay, William says 1. Okay. Let's see. For Battle Royale, they improved Battle Royale server boot time by 20 seconds. This is the time people were sitting in the SSL screen. They reduced the chance of an event triggering each round from 30% to 22.5%. They reduced the kill mark duration from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. They added a can't interact sound effect when you try to loot an item that you don't have inventory space for. They fixed an issue that prevented the play again and main menu buttons from appearing after your team has been eliminated. They fixed an issue with legendary items playing the incorrect sound effects when looted. They fixed an issue where drop music ended early and detecting from the drop leader. They fixed an issue that prevented players from pinging with other comms wheel while in the split blimp. They fixed an issue that occasionally caused enemies to be revealed on radar when traveling between different biomes. They fixed an issue causing portals between biomes to shimmer instead of having a stable image. And the last one is they fixed the visual bug that made the death indicators of teammates appear to fall through the world if they spawn far away from your current position. So yeah. Let's put it this way, Rick. Here, I'm going to make it very simple. I understand your explanation and stuff, but I'm going to put it very simple. If there was no aim assist at all and there was crossplay on, every single player that plays on controller would get shit on by mouse and keyboard players, including your average mouse and keyboard players. Aim assist is a necessity. Now, too much aim assist, I am firmly against. So, yeah, it's a pretty substantial thing for Battle Royale. But they said they've got more. So that's another thing. They've got more. So shit. Almost dropped my controller. In a lot of the games, yeah, I guess so. But in this one, it's significantly less. But you do get used to it, though. You have to put in the time and you have to get used to it. It's something that you really have to get used to. Like it it like if you watch my first gameplays in this and my first streams and shit, I was struggling. But after a while, just like everything else, you get used to it. Oh yeah, trust me, I want people to play together. Trust me. I want people to play together. And the thing is, I also want like controller players to be respected again, because of the aim assist being so strong in so many games today. Like I want controller players to be respected. Like if you were to go back and play the OG CODs, like at first you'd struggle because the aim assist isn't as strong.
3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Okay, you've got it. Take turns attacking and defending. Offense tries to plant the firecracker, and defense tries to stop it. Nice work.
Double kill. Power weapon inbound. Firecracker flame.
Damn. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Power weapon in the arena.
I do not want to use the Borealis. I can't stand the delay.
Firecracker flame. Firecracker planted.
Firecracker in place. Don't let the enemy defuse it.
They haven't touched the jackhammer though. So that's nice.
Payback. Guardian Angel. Avenger. Double kill. Payback. Guardian Angel.
Round win. Keep it up.
Do you know if they're going to keep TDM in the game? I believe so. It's the most popular game mode, if not one of the most popular game modes in first-person shooter history. They've already kept it and they haven't removed it, so I doubt they're going to remove it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
We are defense. Defend our base. Prevent the firecracker from going off.
There we
Kill
go.
confirmed.
Power weapon inbound.
You can tell right there that the aim is not that sticky, because it's like in COD, it's like your aim will remain at your target until
Firecracker in the
you kill the
round.
person. So
Opposing team plants the firecracker. Try to defuse it.
New power weapon in the arena.
I've never even used gyro aim, to be honest. I don't even fully know what that's about. Or even if it's that effective, but only you guys can tell me that. For those that have used it, at least.
Firecracker defused.
Shit! Nice shots. It's aim that imitates a mouse and keyboard. Don't quite get it, to be honest with you.
One minute to go.
Oh, damn, they got me.
Firecracker in the ground.
The firecracker is lit. Go defuse it. Let's hustle.
Defuse.
Okay, that's it right there. You can get him. There's nobody there.
Avenger. Payback.
Oh, damn. I was going for the melee.
10 seconds left. Payback. Phantom Menace. Round 1.
Stay sharp. One round at a time.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever use the gyro aim. I think I'll just stick to my classic thumbs. I guess I'm old-fashioned that way.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match point.
Our turn to be offense again. Light it up.
Firecracker taken.
Damn it, I killed myself. I'm such a dummy.
Power weapon inbound. Firecracker taken. Payback. Avenger. New power weapon in the arena. Firecracker slain. Firecracker in the ground.
Firecracker planted. Let's hold the zone.
Oh,
Triple kill.
don't know how. Don't know how. Duck hunt. Love me some duck hunt. Quack, quack.
Victorious.
Brilliant performance. That's how you do it. Nice work.
Yeah, I've seen some high-level controller players play this game, and I've seen one controller player who's like the best player in this game. You know, he's a champion in Splitgate 1, and he can't do the shit that I've seen some mouse and keyboard players do, especially at that speed. Battle Pass, there it is. Yeah, but the mouse is the one that takes the longest to master, right? Like, I mean, the keyboard is the easiest of the two. I mean, you would think, like, because when I spent 6 months just playing on mouse and keyboard back like a handful of years ago when Black Ops Cold War was out, I dedicated 6 months to mouse and keyboard playing a multitude of different games. And the keyboard was the easy part. The mouse, controlling your mouse and getting a mastery of the aim is where the hard part was for me personally. And let's not forget, first-person shooters originally came out on PC, which means they were designed for mouse and keyboard originally.
Time for Hot Zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
Time to go out there and show what you got. Smash it. Find the zone and capture it to score.
Kickoff. Zone is hot.
Damn it.
Power weapon inbound.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Avenger.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
New power weapon in the arena.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture. The repellent is going for a capture. Capture underway. Be alert.
I tried mouse and keyboard a few years ago. It gave me so much hand pain up to 30. Really?
Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested. Double kill.
Your teammate is going for a capture.
Yeah, I know that's like the hard part, but I hear once you get that, it's like, you know, that's the one that's like easier.
Teammate is attempting a capture.
Zone cap complete.
Counting. Strong capture.
Zone active.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Damn it. Yeah, everybody's fingers and wrists are just different.
Opponent is going for a capture. Your teammate is going for a capture. Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Zone locked.
They tied it up. Let's make the next zone ours.
Zone is hot.
The teammate is attempting a capture.
Nice. Oh, and a teabag. Nice. I'll take that as a compliment.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Payback. Zone contested.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Double kill.
Oh,
Your teammate is attempting a capture.
Amy downs.
Your opponent
Amy.
is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Damn, couldn't get him.
Round one.
That's a win for the round.
Bam, ba-dum, ba-bam, ba-dum.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round two.
No, wasn't concerned about ranked or balance. That's not concerned at all. I just think that the game's not gonna last. As much as I adore it and love it. Oh, nice
Power
shot.
weapon inbound.
I just don't think it's gonna last, unfortunately. Thank you.
Avenger. New power weapon in the arena.
for a cap. Might need an assist.
Damn it.
Zone contested.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture. A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Payback.
Damn it.
Zone contested.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Zone captured.
Well, I think the game will last longer than X Defiant. I mean, the servers won't get shut down. You know, I mean, Splitgate 1 servers are still intact, so
Angel. Payback.
but
Enemy is going for a capture.
like we're already starting to lose players really quickly.
Opponent is going for a capture.
This generation of casual players, just most of them won't stick to it.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
Zone lost.
They just tied the score. We must
The
get
long
next
story
zone.
short, the demographic for this game isn't as popular as it used to be.
Zone is hot. Zone contested.
Oh, almost had him too.
Your teammate is going for a cap. Might need an assist. Your opponent is going for a capture. Your opponent is going for a capture.
Come on, why didn't you switch?
Oh, your teammate is attempting a capture.
Double kill.
Yep. That didn't help either.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Zone contested. Round lost.
No sweat.
You know, there's a gentleman in real life that I know. There's a gentleman that I know in real life who has a PhD in psychology, and he once told me that at the center of everything is trust, right? And that trust has been breached among so many players of the community because they don't trust the CEO after he basically said, like, he didn't notice that the $80 price tag was on one of the bundles.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Kickoff. Zone active.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Power weapon inbound.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Damn it.
Avenger.
So
New power weapon in the arena.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
Double kill.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Zone contested. Payback.
oh, he's like literally one shot.
A teammate is going for a capture. Help them out.
Yeah, so
Zone captured.
yeah,
We captured the zone. Well done.
At the center of everything is trust, and our trust has been severed. So
Get to the zone.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture. Your opponent is going for a capture.
this gun could be so
Double kill.
addictive.
Heating up. Zone contested.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Teammate is attempting a capture.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
Double kill.
Damn it! I should have put my freaking thing down.
Avenger.
Yeah, Tone Zone. I really want this game to succeed, like big time. Like I love this
Your
game.
opponent is going for a capture. They just tied it up. Don't let them get the next zone.
And trust me when I tell you, I'm all about the game. But at the same time, I'm not going to be that person who's gonna give false positivity. You know what I'm saying?
Going for a capture.
It's not like I'm not all about the game anymore. I'm very much all about the game. But even with X Defiant, in the back of my mind, I always was open to the possibility that I could die.
Zone contested.
You know?
Opponent is going for a capture. Teammate is going for a cap. Unconnected. Your opponent is going for a capture.
Damn, there's a guy on top. Where am I? 57. Nice. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Zone contested.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture. Capture in progress. Hold your ground. Oh, your teammate is attempting a capture.
Damn it.
Double kill. Triple kill. Zone contested. Round lost.
Our back is against the wall, but that's when you fight back.
Oh yeah, Alyssa, I agree about Mark Rubin. Absolutely, they pulled the rug from under him. Yeah, I would definitely shit. If I was a billionaire, I'd hire Mark and I'd be like, okay, make your dream project. What's your budget? Go pick out every single dev single-handedly if you want to. You know, get like 300 to 500 people, make this shit, and hopefully in 3 years you release it and it'd be a huge ass banger.
Zone is hot. Power weapon inbound.
Teammate is going for a cap. I need an
So
escape.
lucky I ran out of bullets, kid. Damn it.
On the board.
Double kill.
Quiet.
Watch out, enemy is going for a capture.
1047 small team. I hope they can find a way to fight. I mean, they have two. They've got 200 devs.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Payback.
Mr. Fubar, thank you.
Attempting a capture. Teammate is going for a capture.
Zone contested.
Your opponent is going for a capture.
Double kill.
Going for a capture. They captured the zone. Let's respond.
Zone is hot.
Oh fuck! I missed that last
Teammate is
shot.
going for a capture. Help them out.
Yeah, no, it's a great game. I don't want it to end tragically, just like everybody else.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Please get him. Please get him. I got that guy. Ooh, there's a lot of guys with 69s over here for score. I love it.
Your teammate is attempting a capture. Your teammate's going for a cap. Might need an assist.
What the fuck happened there? Did I go through a wall?
Zone capture for the tie.
There we go. All tied up. Looking tough.
Zone active.
Watch out. Enemy is
Damn
going
it,
for a
aim
capture.
assist didn't work that time.
Zone contested.
Opponent is going for a capture.
Guardian Angel. Zone contested.
Your teammate is going for a capture. Your opponent is going for a capture.
Damn it.
Guardian Angel. Payback. Double kill. Avenger.
Watch out. Enemy is going for a capture.
Game over.
Oh yeah, the maps are
And
great.
that's the match. Don't worry. We'll get them next time.
Oh, I've played those guys before. Yeah, so I mean, it's just but the thing that really gave this game a hard blow, in my opinion, is again the way they promoted it with, you know, even though it wasn't meant to be that way, you know, according to them, you know, the hat wasn't a good idea. So it's just amazing, isn't it? Like, you got both sides are basically saying this and that. It's like the one dude that was here earlier saying, oh, you voted for this person. It's like, dude, really? So it's like, it's just so like the mindset of some people. Yeah, he's in the middle of Attica Heights right now, you know, progressing. So I think that map is going to play very well. Attica Heights is a great map for this game. Even if they just remastered Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer, like I said, more COD would make $1 billion more. Maybe, because I mean, we've all been there, we've done that. Remember, Modern Warfare 2 in 2009 wouldn't exactly be the same as Modern Warfare 2 today. That, you know, COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2 were as good as they were because the community also played differently back then. Nowadays, I mean, if you look at COD 4 maps, you could camp the shit out of those maps. Now it's like it would be a camp fest.
New ball active.
Modern MW2 would be like a camp fest today.
New power weapon in the arena.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that last shot.
Kill confirmed.
New split ball in play now.
teammate just picked up a ball.
Guardian Angel. That's one.
They scored. Let's keep up the momentum.
Damn, nice shots. I think it's the finals, pretty successful, but 10-15 can't confirm players for a long time. That's
Teammate
good.
just picked up a ball.
Is the finals available for every
Enemy just stole a
platform?
ball from your base.
Or just
New
current gen
ball
and PC?
active.
Scored. Don't let them pull ahead.
It is? It's available for last gen too?
Your teammate just got a split ball. Opponent has 2 points. Watch out.
Ah, grenades. Oh, not last gen? Okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Not last gen. Okay.
On the board.
Got that one guy.
New ball active.
Your teammate
At some
just
point,
got a
yeah,
split
but
ball.
if the game can handle running at 60, why not? Think of it as an old PC.
Let's get another.
Avengers.
Damn it.
New power weapon in the arena.
The enemy just stole a ball from your base. They're up 1. Let's respond. Your teammate just got a split ball.
New split ball in play now. Payback. That's one.
We scored. Let's keep up the momentum.
Two in the hole.
We're at 2. Let's get another.
Guardian Angel.
Oh, that last one. Do we have any idea how many, like,
New ball active.
Teammate just picked up a ball.
Avenger.
And just stole a ball from your base. They scored. Don't let them pull ahead. Heads up, opposing team has 2. They just stole one from our base. Your teammate just got a split ball.
good shit, teammate.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead. Enemy just stole a ball from your base.
New split ball in play now.
Opponent has
Damn it.
2 points. Watch out.
You can't afford it to
Your
other
teammate
console
just got
gaming
a
shouldn't
split
even
ball.
be on the table. Working should.
That's the point.
Score. Let's keep up the momentum. The enemy just stole a ball from your base. Teammate just got a split ball.
Why is my caption that I'm concerned? Well, because I am concerned. I'm concerned that the game is not going to last. Like, and there's only going to be a very small number of players left soon. You know, there's already people. You know, 50% of the player base on Steam is already
5,
left.
4, 3, 2,
When everything else we
1.
already discussed.
Match point. New ball active. Power weapon inbound.
Your teammate has a split ball.
It still represents a significant drop in players.
Good kill.
New
No,
power
you're good.
weapon
You're
in
good,
the
Ozzy.
arena.
They scored. Let's make the next one ours. Your teammate just got a split ball.
Avenger.
Oh, almost.
New split ball in play now.
They scored. Don't let them pull ahead. Opponent has 2 points. Watch out.
Payback.
Your teammate just got a split ball.
Yep. Well, I know. But again, we want the player base to be there, you know?
Active.
A lot of problems end up happening once you don't have a big player base.
Teammate just picked up a ball.
Nice shot. Nice
That's
shot.
one.
We scored. Let's keep up the momentum.
Avenger.
Sit down.
Close one. New ball active.
Your teammate has a split ball. Let's assist.
Heating up. Double kill. Avenger.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball? There it is.
Each team has 2 points.
Payback. 2 in the hole.
We're at 2 points.
Yes. On Steam, you can see how many hours you played. I think I'm getting close to like 115 or something.
Opponent has 2 points. Watch out.
Defeated.
Damn it. Couldn't get there in time.
Campaign now, power later. Let's turn this loss into motivation.
Yeah, I think, honestly, my opinion is that I think that the portals in Splitgate 2 are going to be more integral. I think the portals in Splitgate 2 are going to be more integral, and the reason being is because they've added more of them in there, and because of how the map design works. I think people are going to be using portals more than they would moving around. That's the way I see it. You know, I've seen the way some of the professional players play and shit like that. It's going to be like, it's just going to be chaos in terms of going from portal to portal as opposed to some moving around, you know? So that's what I think. That's what I think, especially on the PC side, or on the mouse and keyboard side, excuse me. Um, I I don't know. See, here's the thing. Like, once you lose players, it's very hard to get them back. That's the issue. You know what I mean? I know that the word is going to spread. I know that the players, the big names that are supporting this game for the next year or whatever, are going to be doing their part. But at the same time, dude, it's like you're not going to get, I still think, and again, I'd love to be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I just think, I just think this game is going to appeal to a lot more OGs or for people that have that similar mindset to where it's like, yeah, I want to spend time to get better at this game, because gaming today is very successful if people can just get in and start playing right away. So this game is missing some. Yeah, I know. That's all you see is like, oh, this game is missing this game is missing that. It's like, well, those things are coming. Like in the next 1 to 3 weeks, you've got a mastery camo system, you got ranked coming in the next 1 to 3 weeks. And then they've already confirmed a progression system that will be coming as well, and a combat record and leaderboards that are coming as well. So, or should I say a combat record? I don't know about leaderboards, but a combat record. So, all right, Tone Zone, thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate the support. Black Ops 7 not having jetpacks will keep people playing this game in Halo while they haven't done shit in forever. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting in terms of where we're headed. Because, shit. I mean, I want to be wrong. I want people to continue playing this game. I want this game to continue to be relevant. I mean, I would like to think, like in my mind also, looking at it from the other side, the other perspective is that I would like to think that hopefully all the devs saw all this coming to where it's like, yeah, we're going to lose this many players, but we're going to do this to get them back, or we're going to do this, and the plan is like this. So, yeah, I mean, and the thing is, what's going to happen when a new Halo drops? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think this game is significantly different. I think this game is its own thing. I think this game has given people enough reason to come back and play it in terms of a gameplay perspective, because Halo has always been a wider skill gap than, like, let's say, a Call of Duty, because of the time to kill alone and how easy it is to get a kill in COD compared to how compared to how hard it is to get a kill in Halo in comparison. So, like, I remember even back in the 2010s, people that I spoke to preferred COD because they basically said, once I hit my target, I want my target to go down. In Halo, you can hit your target a whole bunch of times and they still won't go down. Even after you explain it to them, they're like, well, that's too long. It needs to be quick. It's like, if I hit my target, they need to go down, so. Yeah, no, he was well aware of the Steam numbers. I know that. But console's making up for it. But at the same time, if players for some reason are leaving from Steam, don't you think that they would be leaving, there would be a decline as in the other, in the other places as well? If you think about it, I mean, that's something. Am I checking out the Gears of War remake? If I am, it's going to be for campaign only. Because I love the campaign. I never really liked Gears multiplayer. Was never my thing. But I did like the campaign. I played the campaign so many times. The first one, I even played it on the hardest difficulty. I remember falling in love with Gears. It was one of the first games that I bought on the Xbox 360 because I didn't get an Xbox 360 right away. I didn't get an Xbox 360 right away because I couldn't afford it. And then when I finally did, Gears was one of the first games I got. Obviously, Halo 3 was the other one. It was all about Halo. It was Halo 3 first, and then I think Gears of War came after that. And then there were a few more games, like, let's say, Need for Speed Most Wanted was another one. The Call of Duties slowly but surely started turning their heads a few years later. But Halo was one of the ones that I always bought. And then there was Gears. So, but back then, funds were very limited. It was a different life back then. So it's like I couldn't, like, if there was a game that I wanted, I couldn't get it. I couldn't always get it. So I remember specifically one of my most fun times. This is a true story. One of the most fun times I ever had in gaming was actually when I was 26. Okay, so I was 26, and I was testing for my third degree black belt, right? So I was spending a lot of time for many months preparing for that, right? So it was a big day for me because it was something that I was preparing for a very long time, for years, especially when I was under a year away from my testing day. So Halo Reach had come out, but I didn't get it because I was focused on my testing. Plus, my testing was expensive and all that other stuff. So anyway, long story short, I ended up passing the test. It was a huge accomplishment in my life. I passed the test, and then that very night, I went to Walmart. I bought Halo Reach, and I bought a bunch of just like I bought an ice cream Snicker bar. I bought like all sorts of chocolate and shit like that because I was restricting myself for a while, you know, to lean up for the test and to be in shape. So that very night, after I got like on my way home, I went to Walmart and I got Halo Reach, or not Halo Reach, excuse me, Halo 3 ODST, excuse me, Halo 3 ODST, and played the living shit out of that game all night while having all these treats, like my Snickers bar, all that shit. It was like I didn't have to worry about getting up early the next day. I, you know, it was amazing. Like I had my setup up and everything like that. I mean, it wasn't like it is now, but very basic. But this was back in, man, I have to look at let me look at my phone to see when that was. I have to look because my certificate says the date that I got promoted. I have to, and I actually have a picture of it in my phone. Let me see if I could find it. So it was in either I think it was either 2009 or 2010, because I think that's when I got promoted. I think that was the last time I got promoted. So let's see, let's see, I know I took the pictures of it somewhere. Maybe it's in collections. Let's see, collections. No, messages, screenshots, camera. Oh, camera. It's got to be camera. I'm pretty sure it was either 2009 or 2010. If I can find the damn picture. Okay, here we go. Let's see, this is my birthday. This one is 2009. So delayed gratification makes everything feel spectacular. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It was amazing because back then, I mean, I didn't know what the hell I was doing for diet. All I knew was I had to clean shit up. So I did. And so my reward was to do what I love. One of the things I love doing most. I love the gaming experience of a new game coming out. My friends already had it because it already came out like a few weeks prior or whatever it was. So I didn't get it yet. But once I went to their house, I wanted it, but I had testing in like a week or two. When I went to their house, I had like my own testing in 2 weeks. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get the game. I'm just going to focus on the training and everything else. So between the teaching and the training and, you know, because that's what I used to do for a living. So, I mean, hardly living at all because I wasn't making much money, but that was my life. So, long benders and then long rest periods. Yeah, kind of delayed gratification, but going crazy. Yeah, yeah. What's it called? Uh, what's it called? Work hard, party hard, or something like that. Work hard, play hard, or something like that. So, and it definitely works. It definitely works. So, I absolutely love moments like that. Like when a game. Oh yeah, I know, Vaughn. I know the update started. That's why I put my headset down, and that's why I'm able to just concentrate on the chat because I know this update is starting. So, and it's gonna go down for 2 more hours. Man, I still can't believe it. Oh my gosh, that was 2009. Oh my gosh, that's like 16 years ago when I got promoted. Holy shit. So that was one of the most fun days because I've been under a lot of stress about the testing. That particular testing was like the one that I was preparing for like ever. So after all that stress, you know, it was like after the testing was over and after I was promoted, it was like a release from all that. And that night we went and had chicken wings, and then on the way home I just stopped by at freaking Walmart, pick a copy up of Halo Reach and some treats, and that was how I spent my night. And it was amazing. Oh man, I was 26. I was 26. Vaughn, you need to have chicken wings. If you ever have a chance, you got to have chicken wings. Yeah, and back then I wasn't making any money, and I had some spare money left over because my testing, you know, back then in 2009, my testing cost $300, which was a lot of money back then, and that's actually how much I was making a week teaching at full time, which obviously didn't pay very well. So I gave up my entirely weekly paycheck, which I absolutely needed in order to get tested. So let's see. Well, that's now, I mean, there's so much. Let's put it this way, Rick. One of the big reasons why I stopped was because of the politics that's behind the martial arts. I did not like the politics. There's a lot of things I did not like. And true story, these days there are people that don't even go through what they need to go through in order to get promoted, and they get promoted, and it's all because of politics. This is especially true of owners that have their own business. And there's even been people that have, and I remember reading a story about this on Reddit as well. There are people that are high-ranking martial artists that are way up there, and they basically show up to this thing in the Kukkiwon, which is in the capital of South Korea, whether it's for a promotion or something like that, and they are just severely underqualified by a lot. It's like they get promoted and then they just pretend like they're big shots, and then they don't do their studies, they don't know their forms, or they don't know all their forms and all this other stuff, and it's like, holy crap, it's like, how the hell did you make it to this rank without putting in what you had to put in? So but my knowledge was a lot because I spent a lot of time teaching. That's all I did. That was my life. Mondays through Fridays, teaching, cleaning the school, adults, kids, testings, after school programs, summer camp programs. That was my life. So nice. Have fun in Chicago. My generation was not incentivized for top meaning and hard work, plus poisoning our foods made our bone. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other thing. I've become very picky about, I mean, I still have my bad stuff, but in terms of how much I have it, I don't have it very, I'm very picky about what I eat, you know, a lot more whole foods, you know what I mean? Not, you know, nothing that's overly processed. I mean, there's still some stuff that is, but not as much. So that's another thing that I've become aware of over the last few years. So oh yeah, the generation that came before us, Rick, is definitely very are always, those guys were tougher than us, you know. It's like every generation that came before the one previously was tougher. You know, I whenever I have a chance, I try to talk to some of the younger folks that I work with, and I try to respectfully tell them a few things, because eventually they're gonna take over, and it's like, you know, the standard has to remain high. But unfortunately, you know, did I have fun teenage years back in the day? Yes and no. My teenage years were a little bit all over the place, but for the most part, looking back at it, even though there were a lot of hard times, because there were a lot of big changes that happened in my life back then, I would say looking back at it, yeah, it was a lot of fun. There were a lot of great memories, and gaming was always something that stuck with me. Although there was a particular point in time for about 1.5 to 2 years where I didn't play as much games at all because I didn't have access to them. Granted, we didn't have our own place to live. So when I finally got that back, when I turned 14, I ended up I had to choose between an N64 and a PlayStation, and I chose a PlayStation, even though I wanted an N64 because my, peer pressure, but at the same time, I don't regret it. But when I got my PlayStation again, when I got my own TV again, after I didn't have it for 2 years, it felt like the greatest thing in the world. It was like the greatest thing in the world to me. Gen Z is probably the most health conscious generation. Apparently, we killed bars and clubs. LOL. My ancestors can run 40 miles like a joke. I almost died at 6, and that was my absolute peak. Yeah, I mean, times were different. Times were different, man. Ooh, vainglorious. Please elaborate on that word. That's one of the few words that I'm not familiar with. Please explain that word, please. Yeah, I mean, now I don't know. I mean, if one thing I've learned throughout my years is don't do anything for anybody, just do it for you. Egotistical? Okay, yeah. Do it for you. I mean, for me, many of us were told that it's fun, but not many people stopped to ask why it's fun. They just kind of did it. Yeah. I mean, like for instance, when I first started lifting weights, part of the motivation was girls, women, and to a certain extent, it still is now. But for the most part, I do it just for me. So, but the thing is, if you had hard times, and you grow up and you manage to get out of it, it's an amazing reason. So I avoid sugar and alcohol for health reasons. Yeah, I don't like alcohol. Sugar, I love sugar, but I don't like alcohol, and I'm lucky in that aspect. I never got a taste for it. I mean, I've tried it, and it's like, ugh. But thankfully I don't like it because it's been proven that it's pretty much poison. So yeah. Yeah, I actually stopped sodas in my late 20s. But again, I have my mocktails, which is the closest thing, some Perrier and some organic apple juice, but but the body can heal itself though if you let it. If you let it and if you do your part right, the body can heal. The question is, what do you have to do? That's the thing. There's just so much things we don't know yet. So then we got to educate and focus on whole foods, cheaper and better for you. Yeah. Yeah. It also depends on where you get it. I'm pre-diabetic, so I have to watch my intake. My feet constantly hurt, for example, due to neuropathy. Yeah. So one of the things that my mother's endocrinologist told me, because she's got type 2 diabetes, and my grandfather had it. I don't have it, thankfully, fingers crossed. But he said the one thing that triggers type 2 diabetes is weight gain. So if you're on a calorie surplus, that's what's going to get you. So I would say losing weight would be the best way to kind of try to counter that. And of course, because you're pre-diabetic, you gotta watch your intake as well. So I have seizures now. Look up to my big brother. He's always been there for me when I'm in bad situation. Oh, I'm sorry, Vaughn. Pesticides and experiments all over the place. Yeah. You're not kidding, Rick. Yeah. If in Europe though, I hear it's better. I hear in Europe it's better in terms of the overall quality of food because of certain things that they don't allow to be in there. I'm actually surprised I'm not diabetic because I was really obese when I was like 10, 11, 12. I was really obese. And I began weight loss journey a few months ago. Okay, good. Yeah, just remember, just remain on a calorie deficit. Whatever your maintenance is, be on a calorie deficit. As long as you're on a calorie deficit, you're going to lose weight. So Just do your cardio and eat low calorie dense foods. You know, you can eat your ass off, just eat low calorie dense foods and you'll be good. You know, you can fill yourself up like crazy, but if they're, as long as they're low calorie dense foods. So stay away from anything high calorie, stick with low calorie dense foods, you know, so that way you're satiated so you can have a lot of it. And then just keep doing your cardio, you know, and you'll be on a deficit every day, and every day you'll get closer and closer to your goal. Like every day literally is closer. As long as you stick to it, every day you're getting closer to your goal. That's how it works. Just be careful when it comes to things like the carnivore diet, because your body needs all of the macros. Like you need your carbs, you need your fats, and you need your proteins, you know, and different organs they get nutrients from those different necessary macros. So if you're going to do something like keto or carnivore, do it under the supervision of like a doctor. And generally speaking, you don't want to do it too long because you'll end up having hormonal problems. That's usually for most people. Some other people, they do it for longer, but at the same time, you don't want to deprive your body of nutrients, or else your body's going to turn back on you and it's not going to look good. So yeah, carnivore diet is basically where you're eating like 90% protein, and then like mostly protein and some fat, but like little to no carbs. But the problem with that is, you know, is again, you can have hormonal problems if you're denying your body of too many of those nutrients that you get specifically from your carbs and your good fats and all that. So again, it's all about getting a balance of three. Going high on protein is always good. You can't go wrong with that. But again, you know, you got to have your other ones there too. Just have less, so that way you're on a calorie deficit. Just keep track of your calories and make sure your protein intake is high, and don't neglect your macros, and you should be good. Yeah. Yeah, Alyssa, see? Yeah. Above all, for someone like you, Quiet, it's above all else, it's the calories. Watch your calories. Hey man, I used to be morbidly obese. I was 11 years old, dude, and I weighed 190 pounds. No, you're good, man. It's good to open up. There's nothing wrong with that, Vaughn. You know, this is a good place. I mean, I was, what's it called? This is a good, this my online chat, my chat is thankfully for the most part filled with good people. So I walk nearly everywhere, so that helps. Oh yeah, McRib, walking is big. Like if you go to, like, have you guys ever noticed like in New York, people have to walk everywhere because they're not using cars, they're using the subway and they're walking from place to place. Like New York is a lot more fit than some of the other places that don't have like those big cities to where they require public transportation and shit. So it's like, it's because they're walking. So a lot of people underestimate walking. It's like, no, if you do it enough, you can end up being a very fit person. As a matter of fact, I know somebody in real life who's pushing 50, who's one of the greatest looking people I've ever seen. And I'm not even exaggerating, health-wise, physical-wise, and everything. You would not guess that he's nearly 50. And he's got the muscle tone, he's got everything, you name it. And I didn't know this about him until later, but he walked. Like he walks a lot. He lifts his weights like 6 to 7 days a week at the most, but he walks. Like he used to do a lot of walking. I mean, I think he still does, but out of anything, it's like, how does, like, he walks. In Tampa, people are really good looking. I mean, if they're living by the city and if they're just walking everywhere. I mean, again, you go to New York, you know, New York specifically is the one that comes to mind. Like so many people are walking to place, and it's because they, you know, because they're walking. Ton of health benefits, but it's not great for calorie loss. You can't outrun your diet. No, you can't outrun your diet for sure. But people in general are more fit in New York because they're moving a lot more, so therefore burning more calories. You know, you have to do it for a good amount in order to burn a significant amount of calories. But I mean, if those guys are burning an extra 200 to 300 calories a day from all the walking that they have to do to get to the subway, back to the subway, and then to walk home, and then to from, if it's a 200 to 300 calorie difference, and if they're eating at maintenance, they're at a deficit of 300. So that's good. You know, a deficit of 3,500 calories is a pound of fat, as well as a pound of fat surplus. Yeah. I've never been to NYC, but I imagine the pizza counter is walking. The pizza counters are walking, but I don't think every person eats pizza every day. But at the same time, if they're having, like, let's say a slice, which will be like 350 calories, if they spend a good amount of the day walking from place to place, they'll at least burn that pizza off. Yeah, I know, Zane. We know. Oh, thanks. It's there's a different wallpaper every time. I don't necessarily have my own wallpaper. So, by the way, RoboCop, great game. RoboCop Rogue City. Remnant 2, great game. And then there's obviously a few other games that I haven't played yet. So, and then I have Darksiders War Mastered and the Definitive Edition in there. Legacy of Game Story 1 and 2, and just a few others that I always have in here just in case. Borderlands 2, you can't go wrong with. This is, I still have this installed for nostalgic purposes. I haven't uninstalled X Defiant. Unlike most other people, I have not uninstalled this game. New RoboCop is coming out? Really, Rick? Made by the same guys that made Rogue City? Yeah. Quiet. Let me give you a few tips on how to, like, lose calories without having to eat less volume. Instead of using oil to cook your food, use the spray. Right? You'd be saving yourself some calories there. Stay away from salad dressings because those are ridiculously high in calories. Even if they're healthy, like an olive oil and stuff like that, they're very, very high in calories. So stay away from those. You know, use either 0-calorie substitutes like Walden Farms, even though they're made in science and they're not made with natural ingredients. Or you can use other things that are lower in calories, like some Parmesan cheese. Like a few tablespoons of that is much lower in calories in comparison. Or you can use vinegar if you're a fan of that. Obviously, anything lean as far as your meats go, like your ground turkey, which tastes very similar to beef in my opinion. Use marinara sauce. Like egg whites are an excellent example. You can eat a ton of egg whites and your calories will be really low and you'll be satiated as fuck. Any fruits and vegetables are always good. Let's see. Stay away from, what's that other one I'm thinking? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't. Stay away from, like, avocados, because avocados are the same calorie count as a donut. Even though avocados are a good fat, they're basically the same calorie count as a donut. So since you're trying to lose weight, you got to stay away from things that are even healthy because they're high in calories. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to. A lot of people don't know that. Most people, most people are overweight because they don't know these things. You know what I mean? So you have to pay attention to the serving size and you have to pay attention to how many calories are in. Use sugar. I hate to say this, but if you're a soda person, use flavored carbonated water. Use flavored carbonated water because if you're drinking 2 to 3 sodas, that's easily 350 to 500 calories right there. So use a good substitute for that would be carbonated flavored water, 100%. So you're good with that. It'll be a good substitute. And then obviously drink regular water as well. What else? other little tricks you can do is obviously you can make yourself like if you like pudding, one of the things that I would yeah, I mean Alyssa, I'm suggesting that to him like as temporary until he gets to his goal, because it's going to help because he's not drinking calories. So, and most people that are on sodas, they can't just go straight turkey into water. So I figured either a diet soda or a flavored carbonated water would be a better option for temporary. So he's got to have that. Obviously, any fruits and vegetables are good because those are low in calories, except for a small amount of them. Like obviously, an avocado is a fruit, but it's high in fat, and even though it's a healthy fat, it's still 9 calories per gram. So therefore, you got to stay away from that because it's like eating a donut. So stay away from avocados, stay away from extra virgin olive oil because it could easily be overdone. I know many people that never lose weight, even though they're eating Greek salad, and it's because they're adding a shit ton of that vinaigrette, which has extra virgin olive oil in it. But you can use as much vinegar as you want because vinegar is very low. So, but let's see what else. Shit. Yeah, any form of red meat, make sure it's lean. What else? Yeah, egg whites are definitely a saving grace. You can look up some wraps that are lower in calories as well that could help. Make yourself like some big salads to go along with your meals to make you more satiated. There's a ton of tricks you can do. So, like I like to saute my vegetables with like water. You can't taste the difference, use water instead of oil. Saute your vegetables with water, put them on a huge bed of lettuce, take a few tortilla chips, like one serving size, which is like what, 13 to 15 of them is like 110 calories. Crush them, put them in your salad, top it up with some chicken breast, and some Parmesan cheese. You got yourself a tasty ass salad. It feels like a cheat, but it's not. If you want pizza, take a big ass flatbread, put some marinara sauce on it, and just a little bit of Parmesan cheese and just a little bit of mozzarella cheese, like just a little bit to give it that difference. Put some protein on there, put some vegetables on there. It's not the same as a pizza, but it'll be like 70% of the way there. It'll be a tasty treat. So do brown rice, and if you do brown rice, stick to like lower portions, because 1 cup of rice is like 180 calories. So I wouldn't say cut it out, but I'd say lower it because it's still rice. Is rank coming with the update? No, Scopes. That's gonna be in a week or two. A week to 3, excuse me. Quiet Sunday, whatever you do not eat pasta. Pasta is so ridiculously high in calories, it's not even funny. Stay away from pasta. Like, that is my biggest warning to you right now, is stay away from pasta. If you're having pasta still and you're trying to lose weight, cut that shit out. You're better off replacing pasta with rice, because rice is way less in calories than pasta. I lose weight like a joke. I fluctuate between 150 and 180 and back and forth. Well, it's not all fat, Rick G. There's glycogen retention, there's water weight and all that other stuff. If you drank a whole bunch of water and then peed it out, you're going to be, 8 to 16 ounces lighter because you peed it out, literally. So yeah, you're gonna have to stay away from it, Quiet. I'm sorry. I would look up something called shirataki noodles. They're very, very, very low in calorie. They're noodles. They have similar type of, like, they're not pasta, but they're kind of similar. They're a little bit on the expensive side, but you're hardly getting any calories. They're basically made out of a plant and water, and they are noodles, but they're, you have to chew them really well. So I would recommend you go with that if you absolutely have to have it. Top it off with some marinara sauce and some of that ground turkey. So if it kind of like spaghetti and meat sauce in a way, veggies, a little bit of Parmesan cheese for that flavor, Just look at it like this. If you work out during the week and you can have one cheat day on the weekend, and I've lost 30 pounds. Not a cheat day. Have a cheat meal, because one cheat day is going to set you back the entire week, if not more, depending on how much you have. If you're going to have a cheat meal, I would say have a cheat meal maybe once a month, you know, for his specific thing, in terms of how he described to me, do not have one cheat day or even one cheat meal a week. You have to, whatever it is that you're doing, quiet, you want to be, you want to have a diet that you can sustain. Because if it feels like you're suffering, and if it feels like you're starving or torturing yourself, you're going to fall off. You need to find a diet that is something that you can sustain. So if you go on a 200 to 300 calorie deficit a day, and you can sustain that easily as if you weren't doing a diet or not trying, go with that. It'll take you longer to get to your goal, but you'll stick with it. Remember, one pizza is enough to ruin a week or 2 weeks worth of work, if, you know, depending on how much you're doing. So yeah, remember, it's all about calories in and calories out. No matter what they tell you, it's calories in versus calories out. You have to be able to sustain whatever diet you have. So remember, it's not a sprint, quiet, it's a marathon. So you have to actually have to be able to sustain something in order to get there. Like, for instance, take Splitgate 2, right? If I wasn't playing it on a regular basis, like, granted, I've been playing too much of it, but if I wasn't playing it on a regular basis, my shot would never get better. You see what I'm saying? Kind of like learning how to drive a car. If you don't practice on a regular basis till you finally learn it all the way and go through the motions, you're not going to get there. It's the same thing with the diet. You have to have a diet model that you can sustain, right? That you can tolerate, enjoy, and sustain without going overboard into a calorie surplus. If you can do that, which you can, it's actually not hard. You just have to figure out what you like and what you don't like, mix and match, be a little creative, and stick to it. You do that, you'll be fine. Yeah. So, you know, and quite frankly, if you actually find what works for you, every day will feel like a cheat day. You don't need to cheat. You know, every day will feel like a cheat day because you're enjoying what you're eating and therefore you're able to sustain it. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, dude, if you enjoy eating something healthy that's lower in calories, is it really a cheat? No. What I like to do is I like to have 12 egg whites, which is only 240 calories, and then 3 whole eggs, because the fats in there do have benefit, which is another 210. So that's 550 calories, which isn't too bad. And that's a lot of protein and a lot of food, and it's very satiating. Have that with some salad, a couple pieces of, like, let's say 1 or 2 pieces of whole wheat toast, or like, let's say a cup of rice, some Parmesan cheese with a little bit of marinara sauce. You got yourself something pretty fucking tasty, dude. And it doesn't feel like a cheat. I just gave you one of the things that I eat on a regular basis that's not high in calories. And if you go 15 egg whites total, that's even less calories. Yeah, I mean, 2,000 calories is like your average across the board, but everybody has a different metabolic rate. So I don't know what his maintenance is. So the thing with him is he's going to have to figure out what his maintenance is. But like Rig G said, if your maintenance, in order, you know, for you to stay at your weight, is 2,000, you have to go below that. Anything below, you lose weight. Anything above, you gain weight. How much below or above you go determines how much weight you gain. So yeah, you have to do calorie counting if you want to lose weight. I hate to tell you, but it's true. You have to count calories. Remember, just like the EOMM matchmaking system in in Call of Duty. Remember, there are quote unquote fitness professionals out there that will feed you bullshit so you can buy their product and you never get better and you won't see results. There's a whole fitness thing here on YouTube, and there's some of them that are complete bullshitters, and then there's some of them that are like completely legit people that are trying to battle the bullshitters. of giving out false information for money. So just something I think you should know. Yeah. That's what happened during the vid, Alyssa. People put on a lot of weight because they got bored and they were eating more. But yeah, losing weight is actually very simple. It's just that people don't know the, you know. Yeah, I mean, keep track of everything that you do. Okay, here's what I would tell you, Quiet. You ready? Quiet, I want you to do me a favor right now. Actually, no, do yourself a favor right now. Do yourself a favor, Quiet. Get yourself a piece of paper and a pen right now. You're gonna have to do a little something, but you only have to do it once. Oh yeah, Alyssa, I can relate. Whenever I get stressed, one of two things happen. I either binge or it's the opposite. I don't have anything at all. So I either binge or it's the opposite. It really depends on where the stress is coming from and what it is. So sometimes I'll lose my appetite, and other times I just want to eat. So weird. Like I recently had to stop myself because I put on some weight. So it's like I recently had to stop myself so that way I wouldn't go overboard. So all right. Okay. First thing I want you to write down on the piece of paper is 3,500 calories is 1 pound of fat. Okay? That's what you should know right there. 3,500 calories is 1 pound of fat. Now, Quiet, do you have a scale at home? Okay. Every morning when you wake up, you go to the bathroom, right? Go number 1, go number 2, if you need to, right? Weigh yourself immediately every morning for the next week and write down your weight. Or excuse me, not every morning. Just that one morning and write down your weight. But remember, first thing you got to do is you got to use the bathroom first if you need to. Let me know when you're done writing that down. Okay. Now, for everything that you eat, okay, you need to track and add up all the calories of everything you eat for the entire week. Like everything you eat right now that you're currently eating, you need to track that. Okay? Just for that 1 week. You know, live your life like you're usually living it. But even if you're on a healthier diet now, that's fine. Just track every single calorie. So you're going to have to look at the serving size and all that kind of stuff. And you're going to have to add in everything. Even if you're using oil to cook your food, you're going to have to measure it like by the tablespoon or whatever it is. Write it down. And every single calorie needs to be taken account for. If you need to get some equipment, like for instance, if you need to get a cup, or if you need to get, you know, the spoon sets that tell you like what a tablespoon is, what a teaspoon is, blah, 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 you know, do that. And everything you eat for that week or drink, if it's not water, anything you drink that's not water and that has calories, you know, keep track of that as well. And track everything to a T. Let me know when you're done writing that down in a short version, obviously. And don't forget, when you weigh yourself on the first day, right, in the beginning of the week, make sure you write down what your weight is, because that's important. Let me know when you're ready so that way I can give you the next step. Okay. All right. The next step is you need to add up. Like you add up everything, right? Okay. Now weigh yourself again, you know, after 7 days, which is a week. Weigh yourself again and write that number down. And you will know, because of the first thing I told you, a 3,500 calorie surplus is 1 pound of fat, right? So therefore, a 3,500 calorie deficit, again, you lose 1 pound of fat, right? So that's how you're going to determine what your maintenance is. So once you add up everything, like let's say you gained a pound of fat, right? Now, quiet, I'm going to give you a very easy math problem right now. Let's say you gained a pound. Let's say you gained 1 pound. Let's say you were 200 pounds and then a week later you're 201. You gained a pound. How many calories of a surplus is that? Correct. That is 35 calories. Okay, now divide that by 7. How many calories a day is that? All right, Vaughn. No. I said divide that by 7. Divide 3,500 by 7. Because of 7 days, $500. Beautiful. Right. So that right there says that you were eating 500 calories extra a day than you were supposed to. And if you're keeping track of what you're eating day by day, and you added up everything day by day, you will know how much more you've eaten. So therefore, you need to subtract 500 from all those calories that you've added for every single day previously. Subtract the number 500, and that is your maintenance, my friend. That is how much you need to eat to not gain or lose weight. So that's how you'll know what your maintenance is. So if you ate, let's say, 3,000 calories on Monday, right? You need to subtract 500 from that. Which means that your maintenance would be 2,500. And that's how you know to keep yourself from getting fat or putting on weight, is to stay at 2,500 calories, no matter what you eat, no matter what it is. So just give you an example. If you ate 3,500 calories, I'm sorry, if you ate 3,000 calories and you put on 1 pound after a week and you were averaging 3,000 calories, right? That means you have to knock out 500 of that to be at maintenance. So 2,500 would be your maintenance. So therefore, if you want to lose a pound a week, you have to be at a deficit of 500 a day, whether it's by exercising or just eating less or both. That's how you get at your deficit. It's not just about exercise. You can combine exercise to burn off those extra calories or eat less or both. Or you can just eat your maintenance and then exercise until you burn 500 calories for that day. There's obviously combinations of ways to do it. And I would recommend cardio, because with cardio, you burn those calories faster. And if you add in some weights with that, you'll increase your metabolic rate and you'll get the best of both worlds. No, 2,500 is not your maintenance. I was just giving you an example. Yeah, you need to see this. What you need to do. Remember, 3,500 calories is a pound. Okay. Every single day, write down everything that you're eating calorie count wise to a T. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Everything. Write down everything. And then the following week, if you gained, like, let's say a pound, you know right there you were eating 3,500 calories in total too much because you put on a pound of fat. If you measure yourself at the same time, at the same morning, a week later after going bathroom. So that's how you know it's a pound of fat. So if you're eating that much, you need to knock off 3,500 calories total for the week. And the best way to do that is to do it evenly throughout the day. So just giving you an example. But at the end of the day, because you need to find your maintenance. Finding your maintenance is going to give you a really good base in terms of what you can and cannot get away with. Because that's the biggest thing. Once you know what your maintenance is, you go a little bit below that, you're going to lose weight. You go a little bit above that, you're going to gain weight. So if you consciously know what your maintenance is, you're in full control in terms of what you're putting in your body caloric wise. And if you can control that, you're on the path to success. It's all on you after that. Because you've got the knowledge in order to do so. Yeah. But you see, that's the thing. Whether it's you or whether it's me, Alyssa said it best earlier. You cannot out-train a bad diet. You can't. If you're eating pizza all day, you're going to have at least 5,000 to 6,000 calories. You're not going to be active enough to burn a few thousand calories in a day. I'm sorry, you're just not. You would have to do probably 3 hours of cardio to burn 2,000 calories, maybe. Depending on the intensity. Walking is good because it's not intensive, but it takes you longer to burn more calories. But if you were to walk faster and make it harder, not ridiculously hard, but just harder, to where you're like, you can pace yourself, but it's still a little bit difficult, you'll burn even more calories because your body's expending more energy, because that's what calories are. They're basically energy. More specifically, it's called ATP. So that's why a lot of people have trouble losing weight, because they don't know. They're told certain things and they're like, oh, okay, I'm going to listen to this guy because he's telling me certain things, but it may not be actually true. But it's the laws of thermodynamics. It's science. Calories in versus calories out. How many calories you burn versus how many calories you put in. So that's why it's important to figure out what your maintenance is. Yeah. Yeah, Alyssa, that's correct. There's more than one way to the mountaintop, but at the end of the day, it all depends on how many calories you're putting in versus how many calories you're putting out. Because remember, even if you're eating like nothing but chicken breast all day, if you're at above calorie, it's still going to be stored away as fat. Yeah, as long as you're under calorie count, anything works. And then the good news is, quiet is when you eventually reach your goal, you're going to actually be eating more, but you won't be putting on or losing weight. You'll be at your maintenance. You know what I mean? So. And Rick, thank you for the kind words earlier, but I don't know, man. I think I'm meant to be single, my friend, and I don't want kids, you know? So yeah. So it's just keep track of every single thing you're eating every day. And if you're not sure, find out how. This is why you want to avoid junk foods, because junk foods, you can't tell what you're putting in your body. So as long as you're making everything yourself, you'll be able to accurately pinpoint what it is. If you like popcorn, I recommend Smart Pop because it's 94% fat free, way less calories, and it's a good snack. So that's another thing you can do. I personally, one of my favorite things that I like to do is I like using my protein powder. So I'll do like 1 or 2 scoops of protein powder. I'll mix it in with my fat-free Greek yogurt, and it tastes like pudding. I use 1 or 2 teaspoons of coconut brown sugar, which is way less on the glycemic index, and it's fairly low in calories. I use about 2 teaspoons of that, and I mix it in there because the Greek yogurt gets rid of the sweetness a little bit. But I put that in there along with the mix of the protein powder, and let me tell you, it tastes like chocolate pudding. And you're getting a shit ton of protein. You'll be satiated, and on top of that, it feels like a treat, and it's fairly low in calories. So, like, let's say 16 ounces of fat-free Greek yogurt, that's only about 200 calories. 2 scoops of protein powder, which is like, let's say, another 230, so that's 430. That's not bad. And then a couple of teaspoons of that coconut brown sugar. You mix it up really, really good. It looks like pudding, but it's really good. And it's high in protein, and it's a treat, but it's healthy, and it's under 500 calories, and it's satiating, and it's a dessert. Way less calories in a dessert. A slice of cheesecake is like 12 to 1500 calories. This thing that I just told you is not only satiating in a pretty good portion, but it's also less than 500 calories. And you're getting a shit ton of protein off of that too. My protein powder is let's see, it's 28 grams of protein per scoop. So 2 scoops of that is 56 grams, and 16 ounces of Greek yogurt is like another 40. So that's nearly 100 grams of protein for that alone. And I try to aim for 200 a day. You want to try to aim for 1. If you're trying to build muscle, you want to aim for 1 gram per pound of body weight. But even if, you know, that's just for putting on muscle, but that's different. But you can't go bad with high protein because it's 4 calories per gram. Carbs is also 4 calories per gram. Fats, doesn't matter if they're healthy or unhealthy, it's 9 calories per gram. That's why if you want to cut anything, you know, you want to try to lower your fat content. You don't want to cut it completely because fats are good for hormone balance, but you want to lower that because it's 9 calories per gram instead of 4 calories per gram. So yeah, that's one of my favorite things. I call it protein pudding, quiet, and I have it very often. Fat-free Greek yogurt because it's much lower in calories. So yeah, and protein is satiating, and plus the body actually burns calories to burn protein because it's harder to digest. Most of you guys probably didn't know that. Your body digests fats and carbs very, very easily, and it doesn't burn any calories to digest them. Protein, on the other hand, are way harder to break down, so therefore your body actually burns some calories to break down the protein. Bet you guys didn't know that. Oh, also another trick is quiet. Do you like soup? This is a very important question. This is a little trick you can do. You like soup? It's your favorite food? Okay. What you can do is whenever you get hungry, is you can use that soup broth, not cream soup, not cream because cream is high in fat, but just use the broth and kind of sip on it throughout the day whenever you feel like you need a snack. And it is very low in calories. You know, warm up some broth, sip on it, you know, even chop vegetables and put it in there if you want. But make yourself a tasty broth and sip on it throughout the day. And you're ingesting literally like very low calorie. That's like a trick. So if you ever feel like you need to have a snack or something, sip on broth, warm up some broth, sip on it. It's like you're having soup. Wham bam. That's going to help you. Yeah. So if you ever feel like you need like something, like have your broth, sip on it. You know, put some vegetables in a blender as well, put it with the broth and warm it up and shit. Yeah. Gum is another one, Alyssa. That's another good point. Gum is another one. Sugar-free chewing gum. Oh, Quiet Sunday. Do you like Jell-O? You like Jell-O? Perfect. Get sugar-free Jell-O. The entire tub is only like 80 calories. So if you want to binge on a sweet treat for only 80 fucking calories, which is basically nothing, have an entire tub of sugar-free Jell-O. That is one of the tricks you can do. That's like a trick that even bodybuilders use to get to ridiculously low body fats. You want to have something sweet, a sweet treat? Make yourself an entire tub if you have to. Sugar-free Jell-O, which is like the hugest bowl ever. Wham bam. Yep, fruits are good, except stay away from avocado because avocado is very high in fat, and avocado is a fruit, so be careful with that. But most fruits and vegetables are fine because they're lower in calories. Bananas are questionable because they're like 100 calories per, and it's easy to have 6 of them. So I wouldn't go bananas, but apples are fine. Strawberries are great. You can have a whole bowl of strawberries for like 200 calories or some shit. So Rig G, Rig G, no, don't say that, dude. That's gonna kill the guy if he were to do that. You're gonna kill the dude. Don't do that. You know. And to be serious, let me tell you. Can I tell you this is for Dr. McRib, so it's very important. It's very important. I want to tell you a true story, and this is coming from a place deep within. So, chat, please bear with me, right? So, in 2016, I lost the man that raised me. And at his age, he was 66, and at his age, he was healthy as a horse. And 3 weeks before the day he died, he saw his doctor, and his doctor basically said, "Man, you at your age, you're as healthy as a horse, but damn it, quit smoking." And he was smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. And one day when he finally went to work because he couldn't find work for a while because of his age, despite the fact that he was a workhorse. He finally got work, and on his second day, they found him on the ground. He was painting a room by himself or whatnot, and they found him on the ground. He had a heart attack, and he had way too much time without oxygen, and he went basically brain dead. They were able to resuscitate his heart, but he ended up dying later that night. He ended up having like 2 or 3 more heart attacks. And it was because of smoking. Smoking took the man that raised me. And I never, ever got to say goodbye. I never, ever got to say goodbye to who I consider one of the toughest people that I knew in my life. And after everything he went through, it was smoking that took him. It was the one thing he was never able to quit, and it took him prematurely. Because other than that, he was very healthy, as he was as healthy as you could possibly be. Cigarettes were his biggest downfall, and that's what took him. So, even though it doesn't feel like it now, it's like it just happened out of nowhere. Black Ops 3, this is truly what happened. Black Ops 3 had come out, and I was out of work. I had the day off, and went and paid some bills, ran some errands. I was really excited because I had the whole day, and I was going to binge the shit out of the game because it was, it was fairly new when it came out or whatnot, and I was going to binge the shit out of it, right? So I come home, I'm doing my thing, and I get a phone call. I get a phone call that says such and such. And I had no idea in terms of exactly what had happened, the specifics. All I know is that we rushed to the hospital that he was taken to. And the moment I saw him, they had a breathing machine on him. Basically, it was kind of like a life support system. And it was giving him oxygen because he couldn't breathe on his own. He wasn't conscious. He wasn't aware, anything like that. He was just, his head was moving all by itself. His head was moving because of the oxygen that was running through his body. I had never, ever seen that man in a condition like that before in my life. And the moment I saw that, I broke down. And what got him there were cigarettes. So, please do everything in your power to quit cigarettes, even if you are an active human being, which is always good. I mean, if my dad wasn't active, he probably would have died sooner. But even if you're active, those cigarettes are still going to get you. But I have some good news, though. And this is true. If you stop smoking, like your body starts to recover after your last cigarette within 20 minutes. Like all your functions start to regulate. After about a month, it starts going through like a really deep cleaning process. And after about anywhere from 5 to 10 years, it's like your body never smoked a day in its life. If you remove cigarettes from your life, like within 5 to 10 years, it's as if your lungs have never smoked ever. I remember reading that in my mom's doctor's office. So your body is meant to heal. So if you quit, I also recently went on a date with somebody who used to have like an alcohol problem as well, and she had liver problems, and she quit alcohol cold turkey, and a few years later, like everything regenerated. She was having liver problems and shit like that, and then after she quit alcohol cold turkey, wham bam, like she was clean, as if she never had a problem. So your body is meant to heal itself if you do it right. So, and yeah, Dr. McRib, it is good news. So if you stop, like within 20 minutes, your body starts to actually go through the healing process. And if you manage to go through a month, and also from another family member who actually quit because it scared them so much, they quit after they had one heart procedure. Their cravings went away after like the first year. It took a year for the cravings to go away, but even now when they get stressed, they don't crave cigarettes anymore. So the first month is tough, and then after that you're dealing with it off and on for the first year. But then after like around that first year, you don't even crave it anymore. So just some food for thought. And I had to tell you that personal story because it's huge. It's when you're talking about one of the toughest men that you consider the toughest men, and then something like this takes him, it kind of, it opens your eyes a little bit, You think that exercise and stuff like that is going to stop cigarettes. Unfortunately, it may delay things that might happen, but, as long as you keep putting that stuff in your lungs, it's always going to fuck with you. So. Yeah. So whatever you do, try to make it to where you can quit, It will serve you well in the long run. It's not like your lungs are going to be the way they are now. They're going to be even better after you quit. Like I said, blood pressure and all that other stuff, what's going on inside, starts to normalize after about 20 minutes after your last cigarette. So if you think about it, people get heart attacks or other things because they're smoking a cigarette every 20 minutes, if not more. So therefore, their blood pressure is always up, and therefore that's when they have a problem. You know, cardiologists worry about blood pressure staying up, because, you get nervous, your blood pressure goes up a little bit, you get excited, your blood pressure goes up, you're exercising, you're having sex, you're doing that, your blood pressure goes up. It's, if your blood pressure drops whenever you're calm and all that kind of stuff, that's fine. Cardiologists are concerned about blood pressure if it doesn't drop on its own, no matter what you do. That's. But the good news is something like hypertension can be dealt with naturally. So, yeah, Alyssa, I mean, we're all human here. We're all human. we all have shit to do. We all have shit, man. So it's like, and I don't have to be at work early tomorrow. So, and again, this is my favorite part of streaming is talking to people. So, yeah, cigarettes can do that. Yeah, cigarettes can do that. Even weed can do that. For some people, weed gives it to them, and for other people, it alleviates. It really depends on who. Everybody's really different in that aspect. And by the way, did one of you guys tell me that RoboCop, that they're making another RoboCop game? Is it from the same guys that made Rogue City? And if that's the case, please tell me, because RoboCop Rogue City was great. Unfinished business? Oh, I like that. I like that. From the same guys? That's awesome. You know how I knew that game was going to be good? I knew RoboCop Rogue City was going to be good as soon as I saw the main menu. Because once I heard the theme go off, but they used a piano, a subtle piano for the theme, right there I was like, okay, I think these devs know how tragic RoboCop's story really is. Like, I was actually on the menu just listening to that theme for like 10 minutes before I probably press start. Yeah, Dr. McRib, the first movie has yet to be surpassed. And it came out in 1987, if I'm not mistaken. What's up, Alejandro? I'm concerned about the game because it may not last due to a whole bunch of reasons that were discussed earlier, but there's a possibility that it may not last because the population seems to be dropping on the game for numerous reasons. So I'm concerned. Oh yeah. The movie is very violent. Yes, he did. Paul Verhoeven made some great movies. Starship Troopers is another one that sticks out to me. Starship Troopers was incredible. I saw that movie when I was 12. And I thought it was awesome. Yeah, they have the same director, Paul Verhoeven. It's officially past midnight my time. I'm going to go to bed. Nice chatting with y'all. Take care, everyone. All right, Alyssa. We'll see you on the next stream, hopefully. Have a good day tomorrow. But yeah, just from that theme alone, I had a feeling that RoboCop Rogue City was going to be good, and lo and behold, it is good. Oh yeah, it's definitely better optimized. It's definitely got more. It's definitely a more finished game. It's definitely got more content. But again, it's also one of those things to where To where it's also how do I put this? Like, it's, you know, you have to have a certain type of mentality, you know, because a lot of people these days, you know, if a game is if a game is difficult in the beginning or something like that, like look at Elden Ring. Like, Elden Ring is a perfect example of this. Like, Elden Ring sold very well despite the fact that it was hard, but people still played it. So it's like, why can't, you know, why can't people have the same type of mentality towards a game like this? But it's again a completely different game. I can't fully explain it. Yeah, they were telling me about the finals, and you know, my chat was telling me about the finals earlier and how that game seems to be doing better than what it was previously. So I'm happy to hear about that. You know, you don't want good games to die. You know, I mean, I'm not into the finals, but I don't like hearing if a game dies. Let's see. I got 70 votes on my Will Splitgate 2 last. So, which is very interesting. 46% say yes, 19% say no, and then 36% say that it's too soon to tell, and that's 70 votes. Yeah, I like we know, like, people, like, we know that the game has the tools, you know, but we also know that it's, to a certain degree, it's fighting an uphill battle, and plus the mistakes that were made by the devs in terms of the store and the presentation. Yeah, I just don't, the thing is, I just don't want the population to drop, you know what I mean? I want to, you know, I want to see a healthy player count. You know, I'm talking like like I freaking own the game, but I want a healthy player count, man. I want new players to be coming in, you know, because there are players out there that if they give this game a true shot, like a true shot, like there's a significant percentage of them that I think they'll absolutely love it. You know, let it be part of their regular routine to where they come back and revisit. I think that's one of the reasons why they made a battle royale. I think that's one of the reasons why they made a battle royale. It's old Battlefield devs on the finals. The devs for Splitgate are cool, but the community manager needs to be moved and a new head come in. What's it called? Ian is not a community manager. He's the CEO. He's the CEO and co-founder. He's not the community manager. Like, he can, you know, he can be the community manager if he wants. I mean, he calls the shots, so. As long as they make money, I doubt it will get shut down or split. No, I mean, Splitgate 1 still has its servers up, but remember, like, I just don't want it to end up like Splitgate 1 to where the population is so low. I want, you know, I want there to be a healthier population in this game than Splitgate 1. Yeah, he's gonna, we're gonna, according to him, we're gonna see him less on social media now. So, I mean, sure, it's very possible that his passion got the best of him, but yeah, he could have definitely gone a different way in terms of how he presented it, that's for sure. But like I mentioned earlier on stream, though, the center of everything is trust. And right now, they've lost trust in, like, there's a percentage of the population of the population that lost trust in him. And some people never even touched the game, or let alone uninstalled it because of that. So, I mean, granted, you know, it's kind of an immature thing to do that, but at the same time, people will be offended by what they see. They'll take something as they see it. It is what it is. Yeah, that's the thing. COD is not dead because they have a lot of money behind them. Simple as that. Plus, people have become conditioned and they've gotten used to the whole EOMM algorithm that holds them by the hand. So if they're a bad player, they do decently well in COD. They come to a game like this that doesn't have a matchmaking algorithm like this, they get their shit pushed in. If they come to Splitgate 2, they get their asses handed to them. And they're going to be like, what's going on? And then they quit. And it's because they've been conditioned. You know, we never needed that. You know, we've never been conditioned to that before. You know, prior to 6 years ago, that was never a thing. Yeah, yeah. The thing is with a lot of, you have a point, Rick, but one of the things that I want to mention is that anything could be a bad impression. Like, for instance, oh, I die too much, that's a bad impression. A lot of people will judge a game based off how good or bad they do, which is wrong. That's a false way to judge a game. You know, if you're bad at a game, that doesn't mean that the game is bad. It means that you're doing something wrong, or you're just not there yet. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, if I were to play Elden Ring, I would be terrible at it. But does that make Elden Ring a terrible game? No, it doesn't. It just means that I don't know what to do yet, or I don't know how to handle it yet, or I don't know this or that. That's all it is. Dr. McRib, I mean, I guess I think that depends on the person, you know, because for me, believe it or not, even though it appears like I'm sweating, I actually don't. I'm actually playing very relaxed when I play the game. You know, I play very relaxed. I just play on a higher sensitivity, which makes me look like I'm sweatier. But so the game just looks so stale. The characters are still unappealing, no meaning or gift, just soulless husks. Gameplay is fun, so I hop on. Plus, gaming has become sweaty in my opinion. I probably have to play more. I mean, ultimately, it's like gaming, I think, has definitely evolved since, you know, since 22, 23 years ago when Halo Combat Evolved became a thing, because it all started with Halo. We've come a long way and things have become more competitive, but I think I've mentioned this in a previous video. I think things like esports and content creation and streaming, I think that's amplified it. Like, I think it's made it get more, how do I put this? It's made it get more competitive a lot faster. Like, if it wasn't for the social media, YouTube, streaming, and all that, it wouldn't be quite as it was today. So quite as it is today. You know, the influence of all that, I think, has impacted it. Like, if some younger kid looks at my gameplay, for instance, whenever I stream, and if I happen to be going off, that's going to impact that player or that person, right? So all of a sudden, you know, watching YouTube and doing all that kind of stuff becomes a normal way of life. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then you've got the competitive scene. You know, I didn't even know about the YouTube scene up until 2012, 2013. And when I decided I wanted to get better at the game, I started watching videos left and right to see what I could do. And that's when things started to change. So, but I still have a very deep understanding to where it's like, okay, if I'm doing bad, unless it's COD these days, unless it's modern COD, chances are I'm doing something wrong. So, oh yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of people like college. You know, right now, obviously, I've heard that college sports kids are getting paid. So, but before that became a thing, people loved watching college sports because the players were playing with heart. They weren't playing with the thought of money. They were playing for pure love and heart of the game. And that's what separated college from the pros. If that makes any sense. Have they the dev said it's not looking good, like I see Splitgate. What's it called? 50% of the player base on Steam has dropped. So it's safe to assume that a certain percentage has dropped all across the board. If people from Steam have dropped. Yeah, the economy is struggling, yes. You know, and the points that you guys make here are valid as well. You know, you guys are not wrong. I'm just also saying just there's different points to consider. That's all. You recall, if you were making any sort of income from your athletic output, you could not participate in the Olympic Games. Yeah. Even if I don't end up playing for a lot of SPG, I still want to succeed. Yeah. I mean, same thing with me. Like, I don't, like, you guys, I own Elden Ring, but I haven't played it. I have it because it's such a good game. And I've heard, and you know, and eventually one day I'll play it. But the thing is this, like, even if Elden Ring wasn't doing too good, I would still want it to succeed because of what an accomplishment it is. You know, it's ultimately, games are a form of art, and these devs that are doing Splitgate 2 seem to be wanting to do it legitimately. So it's like you root for people like that, right? To where it's like, let's do gaming the right way, right? So I think that's what the CEO was referring to, and you know, again, he just went about it the wrong way. That's all. But I think that's what he was referring to. I think that's what he meant when he said what he said, or when he wore the hat that he wore. But again, for some people, it just rubbed them the wrong way. It is what it is. No, I know. I know. Yeah. I mean, again, everybody's different. You know, some people will be easily offended by certain things. Like, certain things trigger people. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody were to, like, you know, poke you on your shoulder, for some people it won't bother them at all. And then other people, you poke them at the shoulder, they're just going to want to fight. So it's no different with something like this. But some people just rub them the wrong way. That's all. That's all it is. Yeah, and we all know how powerful greed is, and we've seen firsthand what it does to games, right? We've seen it. So, yeah, for a free-to-play game, battle passes are what they are. Yeah, and greed ruins games because it's all about the money first. It's not about the art first, it's about the money. Put in the work first, then the money will come. Yeah, battle passes are getting, like, what's it called? Even though they're not really worth anything, they're getting cheap. You know, it's just another thing to grind for. Yeah, again, just stuff that's probably easy to make, that probably doesn't take that much time, and something that they can just put in there to put it, you know, classified as battle pass. And they even describe it as content in some cases, and it's like, not content. Yep. Yeah, the kids today, they don't, unfortunately they don't. And even if they do, they're so deep into it that it's like they just can't help it. Oh, and I was asked if I'm going to get Gears. I mean, if I might get Gears. I mean, again, I already kind of have it, so. But I only play campaign. I don't play the multiplayer. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should go with the finals route. That's the only small dev team that stuck it out. I mean, we'll see what they do. I mean, it's clear that they have a plan and they've already done like a whole road, like they've already created a whole roadmap of what they have planned for the first year and stuff like that. I'm very sure of it, and I'm pretty sure that they saw that they were going to have to make adjustments because of community feedback. So it was very clear that everything was planned in terms of how they were going to do everything. It became pretty clear to me. So it takes a lot to mature. We just can't be like the boomers and demonize our children. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does take a lot to mature. I mean, my life had to be turned completely upside down, and I had to go through hell to mature. And it all happened in a span of 2 years. You know, when your life gets turned upside down, and you know you go from being living one way to living a completely different way. It's like, oh, holy shit! You know, you go through the school of hard knocks, and that's what creates change. So, but that's the problem. That's not happening. Now, granted, I'm not saying that extreme things need to happen to people for there to be change, but usually that's what ends up happening. You know, like for instance, for most people that go through boot camp at military training, they come out a much improved person after they go through that process. And there's a reason for it. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget the fact that a lot of big influencers on social media are raising kids now. Like a lot of kids, you know, they watch a lot of their favorite streamers and stuff like that, and they're being, even though it's not meant to be that way, they look up to these people as their heroes, but they don't know. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. They're being raised by these heroes that are, you know. Yeah, we were lucky to live in the generation that we lived in, but at the same time, it's kind of torturous to us because we can see, you know, we can read between the lines, and we've got critical thinking skills because we were taught that in school. So that's the problem. And it's like, how do we help our generation get better? You know, that's what it's all about. It's all about helping each other. Forget all the BS, dude. It's all about helping each other, and that's the problem. A lot of people are not team players; they're individuals. That's the problem. You know, if you got a world full of individuals, you've got you got a problem. If you got a world full of team players, then there's really nothing you can't do. So it's like, you know, that's the issue. Well, there's hardly any good school teachers anymore because, you know, they're being paid as much as McDonald's workers are. That's one of the reasons. If you pay people better, they will try harder. I guarantee you. You know, that's one of the reasons they work their asses off to get their degree in college and stuff like that, and they're making even less money than I do, and I don't even make that much. And the problem with teaching is that they're only taught one way to teach, and people learn in different ways. That's the problem. And I know this because I was a teacher. So, I mean, granted, I taught martial arts, but it's still teaching. So there's more than one way to teach, and not everybody learns the same way. That's just the fact. Yeah, kids are the future of society. I want them. I want them to do well because, you know, one day they're going to be taking care of my old ass, and I want them to be equipped to do so. And at the same time, you know, you want things to improve as time go on, not get worse. You know, so So yeah, I mean, and kids are very intelligent. They pick shit up really quick. You give them the good stuff, they're gonna absorb that like a sponge absorbs water. Yeah, no, it's a different it's a different way of life now. It's a different way of life now. Yeah. Rick G, I see where you're getting at, but let's not go down that rabbit hole. I don't want that negativity around my channel. That's why I never talk. That's why I never talk about politics or religion. I mean, I'm not even, you know, I'm like, I will say that I will say this. No, Quiet Sunday. No, I was a very average student. I learned better. I learned better with hands on. It's the stuff that I learned after high school, or should I say outside of school, that have taught me what I know. There's very little stuff in school. It was more like the people that have been around me and the things that I just happened to learn. So through my martial arts was a big one. Through my teachings in the martial arts was a big one. So, but yeah, I mean, it's all I'm going to say about that aspect is that there's positives and negatives on both sides. That's why I don't take sides. You know what I mean? I don't take sides. I see positives and negative strengths and weaknesses on both sides. So therefore, I'm just going to stay at the 50-yard line and kind of observe what's going on. So that's, you know, like that one dude that was in chat earlier that was like, "Oh, you voted for this person." I'm like, dude, I'm just sitting there shaking my head like, dude, I'm literally at the 50-yard line. All because what I said was that, you know, the guy wearing that hat was stupid because you know, because people don't want politics in their games. You know? So it's like I am literally down the middle. Both sides have their pros and their cons. No, it's okay. I mean, it sometimes we get lost in the sauce. We all do, but you know, but that's why I don't talk about that stuff on here. But you know, but in terms of the game, you know, that wasn't the way to approach it, in my opinion. So, but yeah, one of the reasons why we do the YouTube thing, another reason why we do the gaming thing, the streaming thing, you know, it's like it's to get away. You know what I mean? It's to get away and just kind of, you know, put our minds elsewhere. That's another thing. Yeah. Yeah. People will assume things. People will assume things, and then people are also going to say things that are not true. So, and people love to jump to conclusions and shit. So, yeah. Yeah, some people are really into that for different reasons, and a lot of people have very strong feelings about that, which is understandable. But yeah, I just kind of prefer to stay away from it. I just kind of stay in my lane, and I just kind of mind my own business, and that's it. You know, and I value many points of views, and I value many people's opinions. That's what it is. So yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. McRib. But yeah, I think a lot of, but yeah, I don't think you're the only one. I think a lot of people have become a lot more of that because they just want their voices heard, and they're more passionate about it and stuff like that. So well, Alejandro, first step to solving a problem is to realize that there is a problem, and you have to, you know, it's good to communicate with other people before devising a plan to do so. So and not everybody's in a position to be able to do something. That's part of the problem, is that because they're not in a position to be able to do something. Or sometimes some people will suggest something, but you know, nothing happens. You know what I mean? So that's another issue. Ooh, I actually went to school in Texas for a couple years. Back when I was in high school, Texas was actually the #1 school in public education. I remember that. I remember I used to have to study for many long hours in Texas, but people in what's it called? People the school system in Texas really did a great job in making sure that the knowledge was like engraved in your brain. That was like some of the hardest work I ever had to do was when I was in high school for the first uh for the first half of my um freshman year. And that was like some of the best education I ever got because of how some of the teachers taught, as well as the amount that we got. Like, it wasn't hard, it was just a lot. But the school system was the best in the country at that time, as far as the state to state goes. Texas was #1 in public education, and I believe that was 1999, if I remember correctly, at that time. Yeah. One thing I like to tell people, and this is the last I'll talk about this. One thing I remember telling people is that just because people voted this way or that way doesn't mean that they agree with everything that this person or that person is doing or wants to do. That's one thing I try to tell people. It's like, it doesn't mean they agree with everything. So it's like, please don't, spread any hate towards any individual that's either this way or that way. It's like there's pretty much a guarantee that they're not going to agree with everything. So right now, Texas is at 6 or 7. I mean, that's still pretty good, like across the board, but back then they were #1, from what I remember. I can't play Alejandro because they're still the servers are down, my friend. The servers are down because they're doing an update / maintenance for a couple of hours. So it was about an hour and 35 minutes ago when the servers went down, and it's not going to be for another 25 minutes when the servers go up. Till 4 a.m. So for another 25 minutes. Yeah, 11 p.m. Pacific time is 2 Eastern, which is mine, and then 1 a.m. So 2 hours. So yeah, 4 a.m. Eastern time. So yeah, they made a few buffs and a few nerfs and a few updates. So back in the year 2000, I stay at. Oh yeah, yeah. If I had, yeah, I'd be I would definitely go back and change a few things if I could. If I could go back during those times, I would definitely change a few things. So one thing I really hope they change, and I think you'll have to do, is player counts keep dropping. Please, no more multiple playlists. It's so bad. It's not COD. Can this game? I don't know. What do you mean? I mean, there's like you have to have like if you think about it, they're like team deathmatch is its own thing, and then you've got all the regular game modes in one, and then you've got a couple of special ones. It's not anything crazy. There's like six or seven total, including the battle royale. So variants are already coming quiet. Variants are different versions of guns, if I'm not mistaken, if that's what he meant. Oh, various modes. Well, the problem is if you have if you have too high of a number of modes, you're dividing the playlist will be smaller and it's harder to find matches. So I don't think this game's got Call of Duty numbers. So therefore the playlists need to kind of stay at a certain amount. So that way you can find matches rather quickly. So like variance in relation mode to rotation over the course of the weeks. I mean, you're going to get two different. It looks like they're doing rotations of two of the gameplays per week to see what sticks, I guess. So no portals is probably going to come back. You might even have something to where it's like a bare bones. They did Fiesta. It varies from week to week, so they're trying to see what's more popular. I'll be playing ranked when it comes out. Yeah, a lot of people are. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting how ranked plays out. I think a lot of people are gonna be playing the shit out of that. I think the pro players are also going to be making some very informative vids about probably things like call outs and shit like that. Yeah, I I personally just want a free for all, and then kind of go from there. But at the same time, I'm pretty happy with the game. I'm not Yeah, they're buffing and nerfing. So we call that blurfing. Yeah, I figured some people might not like Firecracker because of the fact that it's not like a search and destroy, you know, because people like search and destroy because it's only limited to one life. So did you say you knew someone who was making maps for this? Yes. He's making X Defiant maps actually. The infinite potential is there. I just think, ironically, the marketing team screwed them over. Yeah, I mean, maybe the marketing season with a bunch of stuff, people come back. I mean, that's ultimately that's part of what it is. Really, you just try to appeal to as many people as possible. I mean, ultimately, that's all you need to do. I mean, because at the end of the day, it is a business. You know, whether you like to admit it or not, it is a business, and it is what it is. So if they play their cards right, it could be cool. But yeah, that's why it's so concerning to me, because I realize how much potential the game has. So that's the important thing. It's like, that's the important part. It's like there's potential here, so therefore we don't want this game to drop, and that's why it's concerning. We don't want that stuff to happen to this game, or any good game for that matter. You know, even though I don't play the finals, I'm happy that it's doing well. So yeah, all it is really, just keep things simple. All right, chat. I am going to be shutting the stream down now. So, it could potentially the Unreal tournament. It could potentially. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, all right, I'm going to be shutting the stream down, and I'm going to try to rest up. And I got to try to think about what I'm going to talk about in my next video. So, it's going to take some thought. So, you guys enjoy your morning or night wherever you're from. Quiet Sunday, you know, good luck. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Rick. Thanks. I always enjoy talking to you guys. You guys are awesome. I got some good people here. So I'll see you guys on next stream, which could be tomorrow night. So you guys take care, and I'll see you on the next one.